Okay. Yeah, sure. If you want to take it. Just going to real quick, advertise to the server that we are live, but also pull up the D&D music. Where is the D&D music list? I have no clue, Bloom. It just is. That's why I make shit drawings. God, Peach and Milo are already fucking killing each other, and we haven't even gone long enough in the stream for this fucking shit right now. Switch up the
crash in the first 2 minutes.
Yep. it's already crashing, bro. Holy, it's already crashing and we haven't even gotten anywhere far enough into the stream. Insanity is what I call this shit. But while I am fixing this just a tad bit and then going ahead and adding a couple announcements just real quick. Fuck, what am I doing?
How's everybody's day?
What are you doing?
It's going pretty well. Especially since we're doing some D&D today, surprisingly.
Yay.
EP.
Yeah.
So promo. But on the topic of it, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Eyes of Astra session, chapter 2, session 32. Pretty odd though. We ended up getting these ones. No, this is not the fucking beach episode. I need to clarify. There is a beach episode on the way, yet to happen. Okay, the beach episode is on its way. Okay, we're trying to get some sorted. We're trying to get some things sorted out. You know, making sure that the schedule fits everybody. But we are doing a bit of D&D today when I would do a normal stream because some things will happen, and you know, might as well try to get some D&D out the way. You know, since we are available. However, there is one that is currently missing, which you know, rest in peace with her. She will join us soon. I think. I'm actually not sure.
You made that sound like we're all dead and she isn't yet.
No. I said.
Guys, it's finally happening.
You'll join us soon.
Oh my god.
In the character creation screen at D&D Beyond.
Yeah, sorry guys. Fion actually died off screen, so unfortunately, Fion will not be. I'm just kidding.
Nah.
Bad rolls will kill whatever he has to.
But we're doing some D&D today, so welcome to session 32. We'll go ahead and get a little bit of some introductions out of the way while I am also gonna go ahead and boot up the D&D screen. Starting with should I bring back the bullshit I did last time? Yes. I'm gonna make this even stupider. I have a number between 1 through 50. Give me a. I have a number and I'm writing it down right now before you guys even tell me anything. All right.
Anything.
Anything.
We'll start with Hariki. Hariki, what's a number that I'm thinking of between 1 through 50?
So it was between 1 and 50, right?
1 and 50.
Okay. 72.
Type shit.
If I had a camera, they would see the visible like shock mixed with disappointment in that one instance. Bruh.
Beautiful.
Hariki, what is your number?
72. You heard me, right?
Brother. Alright. Alright, I guess so.
1 and 50.
Sailor?
He said it twice, and I want him to say it the third time.
Alright.
Let me tell you something. In one reality, where Cube has said 1 through 50, he has thought of 72. And I know my chances here.
Sailor, what is your number?
I was multiversal gambling, bro.
Oh.
Balatro level gambling, bro. That's crazy.
Hell yeah.
Jesus Christ. I'm gonna do 30.
30? All right. Yaka.
You're. I'll take a 3.
3. Okay. Zoro.
I'll take a 23.
23. And lastly, Bloom.
21.
Okay. And so, the magical number for tonight was 44. That was the magical number. So, starting off with
I'll
our...
get him next time, Eric. You don't worry.
Next time.
Yeah, next time.
I,
The out of the box thinking.
I honestly felt so baffled that he said 72. I was like, huh? And he stood on business. I was like, shit, I gotta give it to him. You want 72? Shit, he got 72.
He was baffled that you got it right. He had to switch it. That's all.
Brother. I will say though, if I did make this 1 to 100, 72 would kind of be up there of like ones that I probably would choose as my number. But it's 1 through 50.
See you.
So we will get started with our introductions with Sailor. Go ahead and introduce yourself and your characters.
Hello, my name is Sailor. I play 2 characters, Kuruni and Celeste. Yeah, that's it.
Damn.
We don't have an intro.
I next up on the list, I got second place, Zoro. Go ahead and give an introduction to yourself and your character.
Alright. That is I, Zoro. I play the demon barbarian / fighter who is also named Zoro. And I really hope this kid didn't fuck with Coco.
Hope so. Next up in third place, Bloom. Go ahead and give an introduction to yourself and your character.
Hi, I'm Plume. I play Rangdo, Fallen Rogue, and yeah, I have nothing more to say because I'm way too focused on drawing.
Fourth place is Yaka. Go ahead and give an introduction to yourself.
He did me
and your
last because
character.
he's racist. Hello, everyone. My name is Yaka. I play as Eric with a K, the strongest half-demon mage this realm has ever been graced with, and I'm ready for another session.
Fair. And lastly, in our list of introductions, Hariki.
I thought you already
The
did
name's
it.
Harry.
Yeah.
The name. No, you didn't. I had the 72, but you didn't do me. No one does me except for. No. As for introductions, the name's Harry. I play Babafab, and as he and both I say, life is hard, and so am I.
That sounds like a fucking Maxor quote.
Life might
my
be hard,
so
but so
real.
am I.
So am I.
This Brazilian man is gonna cut me up into a million pieces.
That's real.
But yeah, introductions out of the way, and of course, I, your lovely dungeon master for this lovely evening D&D session. Who wants to give me a recap to be able to get either 2 tallies or an inspiration?
I'll give a recap.
Okay, take it away.
Last time on Astra Ball Z, we
It's actually pronounced
We-
after balls.
Astra Balls.
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 We got a lot of money, as it turns out. We beat up a ringmaster, and we totally didn't surrender. And that ringmaster's totally not fucking a displacer beast. And we we got out, and look, you guys, he's fucking that displacer beast. Come
I
on.
can't believe we're bringing this up
Don't start
again.
yourself, guys. Okay,
Oh
okay.
my
Okay,
god.
you don't gotta prove your point. We were there. We were in the same.
Yeah, we were there,
we,
yeah.
we were watching it. It's fine. It's fine. keep going.
I
Keep going.
feel you all judging me.
I just
What are we talking about?
never ending defense for you.
We didn't even say anything. We were just quiet, and then you were like,
I could
"Listen,
feel
we're
it through
all
the
saying-"
microphone.
He was like, hey, hear me out. Hold on a second.
Doing a hear me out challenge.
Hear me out, the displaced beast from the carnival
Beast, yeah.
in limbo. So we got out of limbo, and then we got fucking stupid rich. I don't even know how we're gonna spend all this money.
Suspended.
Yeah, but we made it out. We found the armor of the 4 clans that were kept away in a vault from a dictator, because the dictator's a dumbass and he doesn't know how to open a vault. We made it back to the material plane with Rangda and Goldo and Zula, despite our better judgment to leave them there. I mean
At least
Zula and Goldo.
Goldo has somewhat proved his point. Zula just continues to suck.
Yeah, Rangda's fine as well. I didn't mean to
That's right, yeah.
jumble her in there, but she's just with us now.
It just exists.
Yeah, and then Celeste did a find person Mercurio since he's committing domestic terrorism, and turns out he's fucking the dog. So
Stop.
Is that a fucking J Schlatt reference, bro? It's just him. I'm fucking the dog.
might have subconsciously been a
Hey, he subconsciously made a fucking J Schlatt reference of just him, just like, I'm fucking the dog. I'm fucking the dog, Ted.
So yeah, Mercurio, he's doing a doggy style.
Bruh. That's
and we gotta go find the woman, the
woman.
monarch
woman.
of a place that is on a map.
The woman.
Well,
Anymore.
Give me a second. I got it. Rexton.
Brexit.
all right. You know what? I think
take my
that's
tallies.
yeah. Take 2 tallies, man. Shit. What am I supposed to say in that? I don't know what the fuck to say besides, hey, he gave
He's not even defending the Mercurio and Coco allegation.
What the fuck do you mean?
The beast allegations. He's like, hey, you got it.
Like
all
what
right.
the
Everything
like
you did,
what
that
the
was
fuck?
correct. That's
What
he
the
said.
fuck am I supposed to say there? I don't even know what the
we
fuck to say. That's the problem.
Live. Clip that shit right now.
What do you mean? I don't even know what the fuck to say there. First of
Oh,
all,
not clip that.
brother. Anyway,
We have
before
the
this
proof that
shit,
we needed.
before this shit gets too fucking carried away, we'll go ahead and give the chat an introduction as well to the new Creston map, which, you know, the Encola Basin no longer, you know, being what it was before. And of course, a lot more places are a lot more destroyed, as you can see throughout the map. There's totally not any external reasons why that this place could have been, you know, destroyed, but you know, we're not going to get into that. But it is the morning of, as you guys begin to awaken. And as you guys, you know, kind of get yourselves all sorted out for the morning to move out to Rexton, you know, is there any last minute things you guys want to do in ruined Estragos before you leave, or?
Does Zoro
Nah,
have
this-
this like? Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I know. Nah, I'm just gonna do the thing I said I was gonna do earlier.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna rest cast Death Ward.
Yeah. Okay. So then for Zoro, is there like how much food is there left over? Or has the group all went ahead and ate what everything that he found?
I mean, that's completely up to the group. If if you guys have like eaten anything, or have like, you know, or if you guys have like kept anything the night before, or it's up to the group.
Because I remember you said you had up to 3 meals.
Yeah. So
So-
it's kind of like using like the rations. So in total, you're able to build up like at least like 3 total uses of rations. So to consider how many rations was used last night, at least one out of 3 rations was used. So you still have like a good 2 more bits of rations left over.
Okay, cool. We'll go ahead, store that. That's about it then.
Okay. Anything else? We guys head out.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, you guys make your way out of the ruined gate of Estragos, and as you guys make your way out, like stated before, moving through the streets of Estragos, you see both corpses of what looks like a different type of demon each like city block you guys go to, and humans alike. Crystals that are like appearing out of the ruins of some of these houses, and it looks like Estragos is completely like fucking destroyed. There's hardly any buildings that seem to yet be standing, and some of them that you do see have either collapsed within what seems like the few days you guys were here, or some of them collapse as you guys are making your way out. Making your way out, you guys see that there are more, corpses of guards and demons by the gate. Of course, more crystals to accompany them. And making your way out, let's go ahead and get a... What the fuck? I'm getting invites from Colton. Sorry. Everybody go ahead and give me an initiative. We're going to do a little bit of a callback to what we did back in Chapter 1. Everybody give me initiative.
Chapter 13.
Chapter 1.
Mm-hmm. Just a little
Chapter
bit of a callback.
buns.
Alright.
I know.
Okay, I have ASTRA. It's over for you. I mean, I have Vecna. It's over for you. You get
He puts them
fired.
away. You're
Jeez,
fucked
man.
now.
Guys,
The
Vecna
physical
really
diets.
kept on fucking you over.
Bro, these guys have the following problem. It's either if I like if the eye doesn't look at me, it can be a 20. It can also be fucking nothing.
Could be nothing.
Yeah, like back to physical diet, we're going black.
We'll go ahead and get everybody's initiative order one by one. So, Eric, what is your roll?
I got a 13.
13. Celeste? And Cooney.
Celeste got a 5. Karuni got a dirty 20.
20. Dirty. Okay. Rangda?
10.
10. Okay. Bapril?
Filthy fucking more.
4. And Zoro?
22.
I'm sorry, you said 24?
22.
22. Gotcha. Alright. So, Zoro. You seem to have kind of like an idea of where you guys are in Estragos. Go ahead and roll me a d4 if you'd be so kind.
E4. Oh, I remember this. Got me 2.
That's your 2. Okay. So, tell me, Zoro, where is it that you are going to move out to? Are you going to be moving, upwards to, like, Solia, Ucus, and, like, Aspia? Or are you going to be moving down towards Skay in the Encola Basin?
Damn, that's a good ass question. You know what? I wanna go ahead go to towards the basin.
Towards the Encola Basin? Okay. So, you guys follow suit with Zoro, and moving through, you guys follow the road down over to Skay. And moving through, you guys see that the forest nearby Estragos is littered with like corpses of both humans, demons, more crystals. Blood just seems to be around most trees closer to Estragos that you are. But moving out away from Estragos seems it kind of has died down a bit, and you guys begin making your way through. You guys arrive within another destroyed village of Skay. To the knowledge of Eric and Baprold, Skay was once a small village that like with Arashul, was kind of like the few places where you can be able to fish for some things from the Ankola Basin or the nearby ocean. But importing that to other places was very difficult because of where Skay was. So they relied on Arashul to be its place to export their seafood. But as you guys arrive closer to this kind of like, I guess you can kind of call it a little bit of a port town. This place is destroyed, same as Estragos. The only main difference you see here is that you don't exactly see much of demon corpses. More rather, you see more corpses of humans here, civilians mostly, that you guys can see. Moving a little carefully throughout this village, more dilapidated and destroyed buildings. Definitely signs of struggles around here. But what's everybody's passive perception? We'll go at it
19.
We'll go at it one by one. So Eric's is 19. Zoro?
16.
16. Celeste and Karuni?
Celeste is a 14. Karuni's is actually a 23.
23. Baprold?
Level 13.
13. And Rangda?
21.
21. So any of you that have a passive perception higher than 18. Sorry, my fucking throat hurts today. Any of you with a passive perception higher than 18, you guys kind of hear something of like a gurgling noise that seems to be very close. And with one quick look around, one of you, specifically Baprold, manages to see that there is a guard who has been impaled through the chest on the ground, who seems to still be alive by some miracle, but definitely within his final reaches of his life, from what you can tell.
Do I have to? Okay. Hey, bud.
You see that the man is there. He sees you, and you see that one of his arms kind of grips at the like large harpoonish type of weapon that was used to impale him, and you see that the other one kind of holds up his other hand towards you as if reaching out, asking for help.
What's my hair here? I will cure wounds him at a second level.
Okay. So you cast Cure Wounds, and yes, you do see that some parts of him definitely heal. But unfortunately, with how grave his injuries are, not much does. But enough for him to at least regain some semblance of a voice. As you see that he kind of like, his left hand grabs you at like the middle of your chest plate, and then you see that he pulls you close. Says, "You need to run. He's close."
He?
He is near. As you see that the soldier finally succumbs to his injuries and lays there, eyes lifeless.
You tried, Ab. Failed, but anyway. Quick warning, fellas. Seems like there's a thing or someone caused this that's still here. Apparently,
Lovely.
apparently what killed him is a he. But that's about all I got out of it.
Just from this point, you guys can hear that there are screams and something that seems to be slung in the forest that you guys can hear. It sounds like something of like, sounds like a crossbow of some sort that seems to be shooting somewhere nearby.
Duty calls. I think we shall follow. Or do we run in the opposite direction?
Now there's more people alive. I'd say.
Well, we're lucky we find the dude who did this.
He's close by. I wouldn't mind seeing if we can at least stop him.
And or kill him. Both works for me.
Everyone?
And, yep. Any objections here from the other 3 people?
Well, I'm in concurrence. If Zoro agrees, it doesn't interfere with his urgency.
Alright, dog. Okay then, let's hurry this quest of ours.
Alright.
I can't segue it any better, man.
So, what is the party's decision here?
Yeah, we're gonna go after the dude.
The weirdo.
Okay.
The weird.
Crossbow sounds.
So, following the screams and the crossbows in the nearby forest that seem to lead towards the Encola Basin, you guys follow suit to pass by a bit of foliage, and when you make it out, you see that you guys are now looking at the Encola Basin, which looks much different. Its major difference was that, well, it's dried up. It's all just stone now, which is odd. Not before you guys spot something in the distance, something more towards like the middle of the Encola Basin. Seems like it's moving. Before you see something shoot out from the forest nearby you guys, and it clocks one of those individuals that is out there in the middle. You see that one of them kind of goes over to try to tend to the other person, but you definitely heard that crossbow sound. It's very close to you guys, somewhere within the trees of where you guys are by the Encola Basin.
I would like to try and use my newly obtained crew sight to maybe spot this guy.
Okay. So yeah, looking around the forest for just like maybe a few minutes, Bapril, you're able to spot this assailant that seems to be kind of perched up in one of the trees. Who seems to be just like this cloaked individual that seems to have like something weird about this, like it's kind of like weird aura around him that you can sense, but it's definitely something malicious. But it's weird because the aura he emits is not like, it's something that emits maliciousness, but you can tell that there's something that is non-malicious about this individual. But before you had any time to kind of discern it, you see that this individual like hops through the tree so quick. It's like they're so light on their feet. They're moving from tree to tree away from you guys towards the trees closer to Arishwal, and he is moving fast.
So
We give chase?
guy's running away. So we have a decision
Alright.
here. I will go after him that direction, and I point to where I see him go, where I saw him like leaving, or we go for the other 2 that for the screams.
We're here for the people. If he decides
You're
to leave. Go ahead.
You're the cleric, and why don't you tend to the wounded?
Holy shit! Right, that is my job. Been a while, you know. Killed a bit more than I healed recently. 10 months, to be honest.
So what's the decision here from the party?
People, initially.
Okay, so you guys decide to go help the people by the Encola Basin, right?
Yep.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Moving through, you guys immediately hop down from the little ledge you guys are on and head straight for the people in the Ancola Basin. And you can see that as you guys get closer and closer, you can see that there are two people by the Ancola Basin. One that seems to have been pierced by what looks like the very like harpoon-like arrow that was embedded into that soldier before Babrald. But you can see that this human man was completely impaled and was dead on the spot. He had no chance. But you see that this woman is trying to like desperately try to get him like try to pull the harpoon out of his chest, but the harpoon like completely pierced through and through, and the harpoon tip itself embedded into the rock in the Ancola Basin. There's no getting him out of it. You see that she is desperately trying to get him off, crying and wailing as much as she is.
I'm gonna take care of the lady. Check on if you find something about his body and about the thing. Him. I got this.
You want me to pull that harpoon out?
Possibly when I have her not looking at it and as quiet as you can.
Alright.
You approach the lady, and the lady is just there, completely like she like is just there crying and weeping at the sight.
Hello, Mrs.
So you see that she, for a moment, looks over at you and kind of like looks startled before immediately pulling out what looks like a kitchen knife towards you, Babrald.
Whoa. We come sneaking no harm. Just saw you getting attacked by that dastardly assailant, and we are willing to help.
You see she pauses for a moment, her hand shaking, holding this knife, before you see that she immediately like lowers her guard, drops the knife, and immediately collapses to her knees, crying.
Okay. Gonna be good. You are safe now. I need to make sure that he didn't get you. So, if you have enough strength, I just wanna... We can take a bit of distance so I can do some healing magic on you, while my colleagues here make sure that your husband's body is the best condition it can be.
You see in her distraught state, she kind of like looks up at you, half her face covered in the blood of her husband, before she kind of like gives you like a tight hug, still crying and wailing. And as you tend to some of her wounds, you can tell that there's a lot. She has like a lot of like cuts and bruises from what potentially could have been like running through a lot of foliage and a lot of like bushes and trees. There's a couple of like serious lacerations to like her shoulder from what looks like potentially a bladed weapon, and you can tell like her like ankles are complete, like her feet are completely blistered, like she has been running for a long time. And it's even worse due to the fact that, well, her shoes look like they had been destroyed like a good while ago, so she's running in like shoes that are like completely are just destroying her feet as she's running. But you tend to the woman. What else is the rest of the party doing here?
So I was gonna get the man with the harpoon out and pull the harpoon out of his chest as quietly as he can.
Yeah. So, Zoro, you slowly pull the man out of the back end of the harpoon, and gently lay him down You can see his face locked in a expression of fear in his final moments. And as you pull the harpoon out of the ground, this harpoon seems to be like kind of heavy. It's made with like a very heavy material almost. So it's no wonder that this was able to pierce through and through. But it perplexes you for a moment, because a very heavy metal harpoon like this doesn't seem like something that could be easily shot from any ordinary crossbow. It seemed like any crossbow you put this on would have just absolutely destroyed the string on the pull that it would have. But this one, and from where you guys were that far, this seems like no ordinary assailant to you. Something seems very off. But you make sure that when you investigate the man, there's nothing else on him. You see lots of bruises, cuts, from what you can tell presumably was from probably like a lot of running through same thing like trees or foliage that could have caused these. But you do also notice as well something very odd. You notice that there seems to be a circular imprint around his neck.
Interesting. Sorry about that. He'll definitely then try to examine it, see if there's some familiarity with the imprint.
Yeah. Give me an investigation check.
Okay, cool. Investigation. So 13.
13. Looking at it, you can tell that this was definitely made with. You can tell that there was definitely like use of what seems like shackles here that was put on this man. And looking at the other parts of him, you notice as well that like his ankles and his wrists also have a similar imprint, though not as prominent as the one on his neck. But you do see that there are definite imprints on his ankles and his wrists for sure. And as you make sure to lay him down and close his eyes, Bapril, you see that the woman has calmed down enough that she isn't crying anymore, but she is kind of like in that very blank state where she is just staring off into the distance infinitely, kind of like the 1,000-yard stare, I guess you can really call it. As she just kind of sits there.
Staying here by yourself gonna be safe for a long. What I suggest you do is either number one, come with us, or you try your luck finding another town. Personally, I would say just come with us until we find a safe haven. You can probably find refuge there, find a home. I don't know about your current state of home. I don't know what exactly it is. It possibly already burnt down. But this is your best chance of surviving. I'm sorry, but there's nothing.
We'll say, Hariki, your mic is cutting out quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's probably just me because I have to watch my volume.
Oh, fair enough. But yeah, you see that the woman doesn't really say anything. She just kind of sits there and still stares blankly off in the distance.
Okay, I'm going to talk to a wall. I'm just gonna like gesture her with like an arm, like, okay, slowly get up.
You see that she, as stated, she'll get up, still staring off very blankly.
Okay.
Celeste is gonna approach and she's just gonna gently take the woman's hands. She's like, I can just stick by her until we find a safe haven.
Good. Try and stay in the middle of the party then. But
Can't let her be too far behind or too far in front. Increases chance of her being assassinated or possibly attacked first.
Okay.
You see that the woman kind of like takes your hand, Celeste, and you see that she seems a bit more compliant, but still very distant. As you see that, you know, it's like her body is moving on her it's like moving on its own. It's like she has no kind of like control over it. She just follows with whatever you guys are, wherever you guys are going. So with all that gathered, you know, following suit with Zoro, you guys make your way out of the Ankola Basin, making your way to Arishul, which was another capital city, which was one of those that had large imports of, like, you know, seafood that would, you know, anyone that wanted to order seafood from here, this was kind of like its place. Looking through at Arishul again, this place, like Estragos and Skye, is completely decimated. This one more so of like Estragos, where there are large crystals that seem to just be like piercing out of the ground in this place, and you know, once again, bodies lay everywhere, with a very like hanging stench of rotten meat. And from what you guys can tell, a lot of like flies and a lot of flies are around here, and you guys can see that, you know, there's like lots of seafood that seem to just be like scattered about, you know, not put away properly, kind of creating this like very horrible stench in the air. As you guys take a quick look around the city, you know, it's like Estragos, you know, you guys are looking around, corpses lay strewn about in the streets. You guys do find a couple places that might seem interesting. You guys find, like, you know, a apothecary here, which is kind of odd for a place like this, but you know, you guys search it. There's not exactly much that can be found here either. And moving through the streets, you guys make your way over to kind of like the export-esque type of business here to see that, you know, destroyed, dilapidated, more buildings cascaded. You know, you see corpses of what demon men, women, hell, even children around here. It's a horrendous sight you guys are witnessing. Moving out, you guys make your way over. We'll go at it next here with Karuni. Karuni, go ahead and roll me a d4 for me, please.
That's a 2.
A 2? Okay. Where is it that you're gonna go to? So moving past Arishul, you guys come to kind of like a fork in the road where, you know, left leads towards a very familiar site, leads towards to Fortuna. But moving out to the right, from what you guys are seeing on the signs that are at this at this fork, there are signs that lead towards Fortuna, along with 2 other small villages, Lathal, Ithana, and Bospa. And then there's a sign that goes to the right. So the left goes to Fortuna and its small villages, and to the right leads to Navine. Which one would you go to?
Well, let me see. Look back at the map.
I have it pinned in the messages in the thing, so you can be able to refer back to it very quickly.
Yeah. Okay. Karuni, she's gonna think about it for a bit, and she's gonna turn to the group. So if we go back to Fortuna, I mean, we kind of saw that mess right there. Do you think the other villages will be affected like Fortuna?
So far, the ones that we passed by have been affected. Couldn't be surprised. Though it would be a nice change.
Meaning to check on home again.
We could just go to Navine. It's just one town.
It's up to you.
Nevine's closer. Easier.
I think we'll go to Navine. I think Navine is where I'm leaning towards.
No, right then.
All right. Yeah. So following suit with Kuruni, you guys make your way out to Navine. As you guys make your way out to Navine, you guys can see that Navine also seems to be dilapidated, but seems to be in a lot of a better shape, oddly enough. And looking through, you guys can see that the city gates are still functioning. Like the city gates are still closed, with guards that seem to be outside of it.
Nice.
Oh, thank Astra.
It's not as bad over here.
Moving through, you guys make your way over to the Navine gate entrance to see that the guards immediately kind of draw their spears towards you as they say, "Who are you? Identify yourselves."
General Eric with a K.
You see that one of the guards kind of pulls off their helmet a little bit to kind of get a better look, and you see that he immediately puts his helmet on and immediately knocks on the door and says, "Hey, we have friendlies here. Let them in." You guys hear some scuffling behind the gate before you guys hear a loud noise as you see that the gate slowly begins to open bit by bit by bit. As you see that the guards stand back at attention and say, "Navine is open, sir."
Good man.
You see that he gives you a small nod before you guys make your way into Navine. And you guys can see Navine seems to be kind of like a recovering city almost, where there are people that have wagons full of both human and demon corpses alike stacked up on each other on them and taking them somewhere. You can see that there are people that are kind of gathered on the streets trying to it's kind of like a flea market almost of trading things of from what it looks like, food, amenities, and you can see that they're trying to essentially help each other out almost in Navine. But city streets are still littered and blood and crystals around, but seems to be recovering just a tad bit. As you guys kind of look over at some of the parts of the city streets, you guys hear Baprold? And looking over, Baprold, you see Miss Weiss, who's there in the city.
Oh. There's a mixed bag of feelings here.
You see immediately Baprold. It's weird because you've worked with Miss Weiss before, and you know her, her skills and her abilities, but she looks much different here. No longer is she standing as kind of that proud, almost proud, honor guard almost kind of individual. Now much more of a seasoned hunter almost. As you see immediately, in the blink of an eye, Baprold, you feel cold steel at your neck as you see that Miss Weiss holds up a dagger to your neck and she says, "Tell me right now why I shouldn't stab you."
Kuruni immediately, she's just gonna grab Miss Weiss's arm. She's like, "Easy now, easy."
You see that she looks over at you and her face kind of softens a lot as she says, "Kuruni? You're alive." You see that she immediately sheaths her dagger and kind of gives you a hug, Kuruni, as she says, "Oh my god. I never thought I'd be alive to say this, but..." You see that she pulls you back. She says, "My daughter's alive. you can see like tears welling up in her eyes as you see that she like kind of like touches your face, almost like confirming that like she's really looking at you and not some hallucination almost. As she says, "Where? Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Where have you all been?"
It's would you guys say it's kind of a long story?
That's an understatement.
But we can talk about long stories. We can talk about long stories over here. And you see that she leads you over into kind of like this, you know, I guess you could call it kind of like a makeshift tavern area, but it's more so like an area. It's more so like a tavern building that's more so like when you guys come in, you guys see that it's not like a normal tavern setting. Rather, you know, there's like nurses and, you know, clerics that are trying to keep some of these injured people alive. Some of them are, you know, applying medications and bandages, and, you know, essentially this tavern has kind of turned into kind of like this like makeshift hospital almost to keep these people alive. As you see that Miss Weiss takes you guys upstairs to the second floor of the tavern. As you see that she opens a door, you guys notice that there are a lot more of like these like more heavier looking guards that are in here. As you see that one of them immediately draws his weapon, and the others follow suit. As you hear him say, "Miss Weiss, I trust you know these individuals." You see that Miss Weiss looks over at him and says, "Oh, calm down. Don't worry about them. They're people I know of. They're people I talked about before." You see that his face immediately turns. He says, "Oh, right, men." You see that he kind of puts up a gesture, and all the other soldiers in here put away their weapons. He says, "Well, it's welcome to have the ragtag adventurers here. Though as late as you are, it is a welcome sight." You see that Miss Weiss looks over and she's like, "These are some of the guards I managed to round up, and well, the last few remaining that I know of that are still around here. So make yourselves at home." And you see that she kind of pulls over, like she kind of like guides you guys over to like a chair and like a table. She says, "Come, sit. Tell me your tall tale of where you all have been."
Where could we even begin?
When was the last time we saw her?
So you guys sit
After she dropped off Telemine with us, right?
Yes.
I think, yeah.
So you guys sit around the table explaining to her what has happened the past few weeks, though she kind of gets a better idea because she explains to you it's been more than just that, where it's felt like it's been months since this happened. But to you guys, the real time it's kind of been, the real kind of like timestamp you guys have been put up was roughly about like 1.5 to almost like 2 weeks. And you know, Miss Weiss tells you some things that have happened here, and you guys explain to her some of the stories that you guys have you know, been through in the Ashen Plains, and of course introducing Rongda, Zula, and Goldo as allies to help you guys in this fight. But essentially, Miss Weiss tells you that during the time that you guys had disappeared, a huge surge of like portals have begun to open around Creston. Demons began to have just been pouring in from those portals, and it's been non-stop fighting for a lot of the places that she's been to. A lot of the people that she's worked with have either died succumbing to injuries or have passed away due to, you know, starvation and famine, that they have just been, you know, trying to keep themselves alive for as long as they have. And the only reason why she's alive was because she was found completely battered and broken near the Navine walls, and she was taken in like within pretty much an inch of her life, and the Navine people had saved her. But she explains that she has been going around trying to gather up whatever soldiers may remain that can still be on their feet and try to gather them around Navine to kind of help bolster this place as kind of like the last, well, from what she knows, the last bastion of hope for the people of Creston. As she looks over at you guys, she says, "It's been a hard time. I've had to get used to new feelings. I never thought I would have to. So I trust all of you are in good health, right? And good spirits."
Some more than others, I'd say.
Yeah,
But-
yeah.
A quick question, Wise.
Yeah, Vapril?
During any of these attacks, you wouldn't happen to have spotted Mercurio anywhere, right?
You see that her face immediately darkens. She says, "Mercurio? Yeah, I was there with him when he, he died, Vapril. He died."
Oh.
You see that tears well up in her eyes as she says, "He I went out to go find him, and when I did, demons laid a trap. I was captured, and Mercurio was the one to help me escape with a few guards, but we got separated in the battle, and when I came back to find him, you see that she pauses, and she kind of looks away for looking back. She says, "He fought well, Vapril. He saved me. I tried to save him, and I was too late. When I came back with reinforcements, he was
Vaprold in this moment would stare into the distance. His breathing, like, slowly getting more and more intense. And he storms out of the room.
You see Miss Weiss is still, like, her eyes closed, still looking away. As you see that one of the guards kind of goes over to Miss Weiss and kind of whispers something. She's like, "Yes, that's right." You see that she gets up and, like, wipes her tears. She says, "I have patrolling duties I need to attend to. I'll leave you guys for now, okay? I'll talk to you guys again in a minute." Before you see that she, still walking out, still wiping her tears, makes her way out of the room.
I think Zora would go out and look for Vapril.
Zoro, you go out and you go looking for Vapril. As for the rest of the party here, what is it that you guys do during this time?
I feel like Celeste in this moment, she's just gonna like stay quiet for a moment before like speaking up. She's like, I don't understand. He didn't they say that he was seen before? I don't understand. And she's like mumbling to herself, and like, at this point, she suddenly just breaks down and just rushes out of the room.
Okay. Eric, Kuruni, Rongda.
I think Eric's trying to keep his head in the mission, and he's going to see if he can't find some shipping supplies to get across the river that's coming up on their way to Rexton.
Yeah, so, you get up, and you kind of speak to one of the guards. You see that one of the guards looks at you and says, "Can I help you, sir?"
I need supplies, materials. I'm on a very important mission out of here.
Where's it you'll be heading to, sir?
Rexton. I need to get across the river.
Rexton is a very dangerous place. Are you sure?
I go against the grain. Where people run away from danger, I'm under oath to go towards it.
Very well. Let me take you to our supply depot. Follow me. You see that you follow him out of the room. Kuruni, Rongda, you see two here.
Kearney, she looks upset, before looking to Rhonda. She's like, sorry, this kind of, I guess, soiled the atmosphere a bit. I should probably go find Celeste. You're more than welcome to join, or if you want to take a look around.
I mean, it is all confusing, but gladly.
Yeah, I think Kearney's just gonna head out and find.
You go out and go find Celeste. Rongda, you see that you sit here, and you see that Goldo looks over at you. He says, "Any plans for us to do anything?"
Not really. Seems to be a lot going on.
I see. Well, you see that Goldo, he kind of like leaves the shield and his spear leaning up against the wall. He says, "I will go out, help tend to these people. Though they may not understand me, there may be some ways I can still help." You see that Goldo kind of like stomps his way out, opens the door, and kind of closes it. Before you see Zula look over at you, she says, "I don't like this, Rongda. Something seems off."
Well, yeah. There's nothing much I can really say about the situation.
Well, if you need me, I'll, I don't know, see about getting something to eat, I guess. You alright?
Well, yeah, it's just... there seems to be obviously something going on, but... I don't know them that long, so...
Alright. As long as you're okay, I'm fine. You see that she just makes her way out of the room as well. Starting with Baprold. Baprold, where is it that you kind of stomp your way out to almost?
So Bapper will pretty much just go into like the main square area of the
Mhm.
town and just pace around before like he'll just find a bench, just take his mace and like slowly tap like quickly tap the ground with it like from the outside perspective he wants to smack something with that thing.
Okay. So yeah, you're out here in the square of Navine. You know, all around you, people are trying to help each other. You see, of course, that there are like guards that seem to be patrolling the streets. Lots of wagons with corpses that are bringing them over to a separate part of the city. You know, the flea markets around that are trying to help out people by giving them what they have. You know, just all around, just trying to keep up with the people. Zoro, you make your way out and roaming the streets a little bit. You know, you see there's you know, people like half dead on these streets. Some of them who are like actively dying. Some of them are being tended to by others. You can see that there are, you know, dilapidated buildings with people who seem to be amongst the rubble trying to pull the rubble out, before finally seeing Baprold sitting up on a bench in the city square and just like tapping his mace on the ground.
Okay. I think he would just go over and take a seat next to him if there's any room. If not, then just stand there next to him.
Yeah. So, you know, Baprold, you hear some footsteps, and looking over, you see that, you know, Zoro is here. And you see that he kind of takes a seat on the bench next to you, looking out towards the statue. Well, now the broken statue of what was the king of Navine.
You know, taught that boy everything. How to act, how to fight, how to treat people, how to treat women. I wonder. I've been there. Been too long. Could I have changed something?
Maybe.
Question. What am I doing?
In what sense?
What's this? Why am I with you? Why am I in this situation? Like, you gotta understand. I try to be nice, and this happens. I try to be an asshole, suddenly everyone hates me. Like, you saw the first thing that Weiss did to me? Knife to the throat. Like, what? What constitutes that?
Angry people do stupid shit, man.
Yeah, I'm getting the sense of that. And now, she gets this great messaging to us that my student's gone. So, you gotta understand. This makes me think. You know damn well what we saw with that vision. So, there's two ways of thinking that occur here. Number one, either he, and you know who I'm talking about, is dead and something's in that body of his making him do this shit. And let me tell you something. If I get my hands on it, I will rip it to shreds. Tell you, whatever this thing, and he waves this mace in front of him. Whatever this thing is you think I am? Oh boy, it's great at hiding it. And one more. If I have used the powers of the most benevolent Kelgo to exact my vengeance upon them, oh boy, I'm gonna enjoy it.
Honestly, I would enjoy seeing that. Given with what little time I've known Mercurio. As well as given this Coco is there too. Makes me wonder if maybe he's also in the same fate. And if that's the case, then I guess whatever it is that took her on is gonna be for one hell of a time.
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. You know, one more. And he would get up from the seat. I'm starting to miss the demon. You know, if Mercurio truly is gone, let's just say, you get your dog, I'll rip his eyes out. Not your dog, obviously. If there is a chance of saving him, maybe you can stop before I do something I regret. But right now, in this very moment, I'm gonna kill him. And I'll tell you that right now. You have one chance when it comes to that moment. I'll tell you now. Because if you don't, I'll rip his head from his shoulders. And he would walk away.
And he walks away, leaving you just by yourself on the bench, Sora. Cutting through to Eric. Eric, you see that the guard that is leading you, you pass by all of the like stated before, you pass by all the people in the streets looking around. You see that there are, corpses that were like split in half, others completely like that left only ashes that are there. You see that, wagons of people, you see that they're like wagons down some alleyways picking up, pieces of people and putting them in these like large carts and bringing them somewhere throughout the city. And moving through, you see that there's like this large building that has like patches on some of the walls that don't fit, like a large stone building with like a wooden roof, but some parts of the wall are broken and like replaced with like wooden planks to kind of cover them. You see that the guards immediately salute to the guard that's leading you as he says, "This is our supply depot. We have whatever left supplies we can be able to find that's still usable throughout the city." So you see that he opens the door and, looking into this kind of like warehouse of stuff. There's not exactly a lot in here, there's like a couple boxes filled with like fruits and vegetables. Some of them look like they're about to be dried out and rotten soon. Others, there seems to be like sacks of like grain, There are some racks that seem to have some weapons on them, but it looks like some of them are like just being repaired, not exactly making new ones. They're like taking broken weapons and fixing them. You know, you see that there's like a blacksmith shop that's like in this warehouse over on like the other side. Yeah, this warehouse is just full with, you know, some bits and bobs of supplies for you to take. You see that the guard looks over at you. He says, "So, what are you needing on this journey?"
Just a few things. And I'll take like whatever planks of wood I can get. So a few pieces of cloth to make a sail.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, you take some bits of wood and you take whatever clothing may have been left over, albeit most of the clothing that you find here are like, you know, tattered and destroyed, but you know, you take whatever you can get. You see that you take these materials. He says, may I ask what you're gonna need with these?
I'll be crossing the river over to Rexton.
Right. Well, if you need a better range of supplies, we have a couple more things that we keep out from the public. We just make sure we have need of them in case we need it. You see that he opens up another door, and you see in this room, there seems to be, you know, like carpentry supplies. There seems to be, you know, better looking weapons in here for sure. Still kind of battered and bruised, but definitely better than the ones you've seen earlier. Some bits of armor that seems to be in like scattered into cases or like boxes around the room. You know, there's basically some general supplies in here. You know, some food that definitely looks better than the rest of the ones that you've seen out in like the main area of the warehouse. You see that he looks over. He's like, if you're gonna be crossing over to Rexton, you're gonna need the best supplies we can offer. So take your pick.
Forgive me if I misheard correctly, but you said this was supplies you kept from civilians?
These are the supplies that we keep on hand. We're currently trying to find some more supplies, but these are some of the things that are in better condition than most of the other stuff we have. We are trying as much as we can. There's only so much we can give to the people and so much we can use here, so
Eric's just gonna close his eyes and exhale through his nostrils. When you travel through the desert, do you understand that you're supposed to drink water the moment you're thirsty?
yes, you are.
You don't hold back when the times are dire. So tell me, soldier, are these not dire enough times for you?
See that he just looks at you coldly. He says, these are dire times indeed. I know. We're trying our best to kind of get all of these scattered out and put these to use. But unfortunately, with how everything is going, we're still barely recovering from our latest battle. And as it stands, we don't exactly have many fighting age males or females here to help us. The supplies we have here are what is left over that we could have scavenged. If we had more, we'd put them to use. But as it stands now, we barely are holding on to whatever thread we have left in Navine. So forgive me for not telling you that we are not using these supplies for our citizens. But as it stands right now, most of our citizens are still within a very desirable position to be better. Right now,
You sicken me.
Right now, they are looking for any excuse to lay out their arms. And we understand that. The problem is if we lay out the arms for them, who knows where they'll go. They'll get themselves killed out there. We barely have enough guards to be able to keep this town in the best shape as it is right now. And if we give whatever weapons we have now to the people, well, vengeance would be their first thing. And we know. We too want to get our vengeance on those who have wronged us. But we need to understand that we need to take it slow. Recover what we can. The people are still grieving. The last thing we want to do is get those people killed unnecessarily. Forgive us for our code of ethics, but we're trying to do what's best for the people here right now.
That's not ethics. That's cowardice.
Say what you will. But we're not going to allow any more of these citizens to go out and get themselves killed unnecessarily. There's no need for that. We understand vengeance as much as they do. We've lost people. But vengeance shouldn't be our option right now. We need to get past the grieving for our people. And that grieving may take a long time, but as soon as we get ourselves back up on our feet.
Get out of my sight.
You see that he just looks at you again coldly before he walks off.
Okay. I'm just gonna take whatever I have taken, and Eric's gonna open a shadow plane and drop 20 potions of healing.
So in this room, so you're taking potions from this room and putting it into the shadow plane?
No,
right?
I'm dropping it.
Oh, into this room.
Into here.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, yeah, you put out a lot of potions out onto some of the shelves in here and restock it. Is there anything else you do in here?
Beautiful. I'm gonna walk away, and that'll be it.
Okay. As well as in your inventory, go ahead and add some, I guess, basic carpentry tools. Along with, I'd say probably about maybe 25-ish planks of wood that seem to be in better shape. And then like a pile of scrap clothing that can be used. So yeah, you have all those materials and you make your way out. You know, still, once again, you're still here in the streets of, Navine, you know, overlooking the people. Is there anything else you do here?
That'll be it.
Okay. Cutting over to Celeste. You know, what is it that so Celeste she runs out. Is there anything that Celeste does after she makes her way out of the tavern building?
Probably not. I feel like she's just gonna kind of just wander around the town, but she's like getting quite overwhelmed.
Okay. Yeah. So, you know, you wander the town, you know, same thing as before, you know, streets littered with corpses, people bringing them over to places in large wagons. And, you know, walking through, you end up bumping into Baprold, who is also seemingly wandering the streets.
Celeste, she's just gonna like hold on to his arm. She's like hyperventilating, just like in a full panic mode. And she's like, I want to get out of here. I don't want to be here anymore. Please.
Baprold would cast. Hold on. Where do I have this?
Calm emotions?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Where did it go?
I mean, we could just call it that you've cast it, because I know you've cast it before,
Okay.
so it's fine. So yeah, you cast calm emotions. Celeste, will ask, do you choose to willingly fail this, or do you want to make a roll?
Failing is that she gets like calmed down, right?
Yeah.
You succumb to the effects, yeah.
You
you
Yeah,
fail,
yeah,
you calm
yeah.
down. If you save, you stay in the state.
Okay, yeah.
No, I'll feel it. Yeah.
So, Bapril, you cast Calm Emotions, and you see that Celeste's hyperventilation, your hyperventilation, Celeste, and your like high anxiety kind of like start to die down more and more to a state where you're able to just be stable enough.
I understand what you feel. I'm a symptom. If that is what truly happened. But one of us has to grieve. The other will look forward. You need to be the one that grieves here.
But I saw through his vision. I don't understand.
I have a feeling you might have seen through his body what is in there. Who knows anymore? Do I say this is the question.
Do you?
When we meet him again. Because we will. Do try your best. Or I will. Because I know that maybe if there is a piece of him, that husk of his, if that isn't just if that isn't just a vassal for something else, you can maybe reach him. We both know him enough that he will answer to. But just know, you have one chance. Because I tell you right now, Eric won't be enough to stop me. None of you will.
Celeste is just gonna give like just a small nod. She doesn't say anything.
Good. Now, just you rest up for now. Eric's probably already working on the next steps. If you hear screams tonight, try and ignore them. They'll be mine. But for now, just try and stay calm. Don't let the others see what you just stay strong. Understood?
She just gives another nod.
Okay.
Good. He would like, Babel's just gonna like raise his arm to like gesture that she like lets go.
So sorry. She just lets go of his arm.
You're a good kid, Celeste. Never forget that.
Is there anything else that Celeste does here?
Celeste is probably just probably gonna find a seat for herself.
So, go over. You find a seat. And you kind of, slobber through, see if you can find anything that makes sense. And as for Karuni, what is it that Karuni does here during this time?
That I'm not too sure. She's obviously gonna be very disturbed seeing, like, the dead bodies, people that are struggling to even survive. She's gonna be very disturbed at the site. I'm not too sure what she do. I'll get back to it, I think.
Okay. Rhonda, anything that you want to do here while you're still here or no?
Right now, I cannot think of anything.
Okay, that's fine. During this time, some time passes. Eric, I'm assuming you're going to be building that boat to kind of get over past the river to Rexton, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. What would that be for a building? Give me a. First off, give me an intelligence check. See if you're a bit knowledgeable in wanting to build this stuff. So give me an intelligence check first.
Damn. I think I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay.
Ooh, that's a 2.
Oh no.
Bruh. That's twice as bad.
Get a nat 1?
No, I got a 4.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, you have tallies if you want, but it's up to you.
I guess I just did earn tallies. But if I eat shit now, I could get max tallies.
Good. You made 2
Fair.
fails.
You know what? I'll just give up and wait until we get there.
Okay. So Eric,
Which means I successfully eat shit.
So, Eric,
Yeah.
unfortunately, with the supplies that you have, building the boat, no matter how much you try to look at it, like, you need to be able to have a boat that's able to, like, sail over the waters without it collapsing. And it's like, with the materials you have right now, doesn't exactly seem very viable or possible. It may be like, you'll probably get about maybe like 10 feet away from shore, and you'll end up, like, the boat will end up collapsing if you try to build it together. So, to your better judgment, you just decide, you know what, we'll just leave this off. We'll might as well just see if we could try to find another way across. Some time passes, and it's almost nighttime now. As you guys are, out here roaming the city, you guys see that there's like a lot of the villagers have kind of gathered up. A lot of the townsfolk have gathered up over to the other side of town, where there's like a huge kind of like bonfire happening, where a lot of the people who have lost their lives here in Navine are essentially being cremated, and the townspeople are kind of gathered to see and say their final goodbyes to known people and loved ones. And, as time passes, you guys kind of get a sense that, there's a lot happening to the realm, more than what is happening just here at Navine. Much worse than what is happening here. Because if this has happened to Navine, and this place is considered the humanity's last bastion of hope, considering from what Miss Weiss has said, who knows what the other places could have been looking like. You all have seen Estragos and its city streets, lined with corpses and such. But this is something different. It's inhumane, almost damn near genocidal by the attacking party here in this situation within the realm. fucking alarm. Sorry. So time passes. Anything you guys want to do before then, or are you guys just gonna move on to the next morning?
I'm good.
One thing
Okay.
I would like to. During the night, Bab, in the middle of beating the shit out of a wall again, out of rage, he would like to communicate to the mace, not to the acolyte, to whatever listens in there.
Okay.
Hey, buddy. And this is just him, like, under adrenaline from, like, bleeding knuckles. You remember you can change memories, right? You do me a great favor right now. If you altered some shit here. You already know what I want. Anyway, back to the wall. And he pretty much starts beating the wall again.
As you like just keep bashing at this wall, you see that the mace begins glowing as this mace begins to kind of glow. You hear the voice echo out within your head saying, "What is it you want?"
Oh.
Apologies. This was meant for another.
You weren't the...
But I am what you need. As you see that the mace turns from its brilliant white to its very familiar looking purple, but changes now to a red. As you see that emitting from this mace, a creature emits from this mace that emits such strong hatred and anger within you, Babril, that it's so unbearable that the moment you punch the wall again, you obliterate not one but 4 walls past that. As you see that the creature that like holds up your mace now, like this creature manifested through like sheer magic, like being volatile so much that it ended up materializing from it and is like holding your mace, and the mace emits such a like strong red aura from it. As you see that this creature looks at you, he says, "You are the one I'm looking for. I am the manifestation of the anger that is needed." You see that he flips the mace around upside down and kind of holds it out to you, offering. He says, "You will need me, I assure you."
Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this. And I would like to reach up my hand.
You reach out your hand, and I'm assuming you grab the handle of the mace, right?
Yep.
You reach out, and you grab the handle of the mace, and you are like filled with this strong sense of just anger and just absolute destruction that just like pours into you so much. As you see that this creature is still holding on to the mace, he says, "And a pact is made. I will be the instrument of your wrath. Treat me well, and I will reward you."
Great. A deal struck.
As you see that the creature absorbs itself into the mace, and the mace now changing from its brilliant white and gold color to now a very like dangerous looking black and red. As you see that parts of the mace turn from that white and gold slowly, like an infection, slowly begin changing into that very black and red color as you wield this mace with like such ferocious anger, Bapril, that it's like your mind is kind of like teetering at like the edge of like straight anger at this point. There's only a tad bit that is like just holding you back to be sane enough to wield this weapon. But you can tell that this power you get from this weapon is you can get drunk off of this anger.
Oh boy. Aren't we gonna have some fun, buddy? That reminds me. I never asked your name.
You hear the voice echo. He says, "Does anger need a name?"
Fair enough.
As you hear the echoing of the maniacal laughter in your head, as you put away the mace, and you see that as you look over, it's weird, Baprold. You look over at your hand, and it's like almost like the blood itself is like reversing from the ground and is slowly seeping its way back up your leg all the way up onto your like knuckles, and it's like slowly causing the pain to like disappear, and all of the wounds you've suffered from punching this wall slowly just begin to whittle away until it's nothing. Your hand looks completely normal again.
Baprold will look at his hand, smirk, giggle, and slowly turn into a maniacal laugh. Like a loud fucking laugh.
And Baprold laughs maniacally throughout the night. Moving through to the next day, you all begin to awaken. I'm assuming you all went to sleep, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming for Zoro as well, since he is gone, but yeah, you all awaken. As you all awaken, you guys look around, and same thing as before, but something catches your attention. You guys hear a bell ringing constantly as you hear some shouting coming from outside of the tavern building.
Anyone?
I was thinking, sounds like anyone.
Well, the rat maker takes it. I don't know where I am right now.
It's up to Baprold, like where he is, but we'll get to Baprold in just a tad bit. But for
So it's
everybody
like
else
the
here,
tavern?
yeah. So like at the tavern building, at the second floor, where you guys kind of slept and kind of got your bearings together. You guys can hear that there's like lots of shouting happening outside, and you guys can hear a constant like bell ringing.
I feel like Curdy would get up and go to check it out.
Okay. You see that, or anyone else get up to investigate this, or?
Zoro would as well.
Okay.
Don't know
Zoro,
what's happening.
Karuni,
Go with
Zoro,
Rhonda.
Rhonda.
Mhm.
Okay, Rhonda would go as well. Leaving just Celeste, Baprold, and Eric. Okay. So you guys get up, and when you guys go outside, you're met with Zula and Goldo, who already have their weapons already set and their gear already put together and ready for combat. As you guys hear from the gates, like up top, you hear, "Dead man walking! Dead man walking!" As you guys hear that the bell is ringing, and you guys see that there are like tons of guards gathered by the gate, along with Miss Weiss and the other soldier that she was talking to yesterday. You guys approach, and you guys see that Miss Weiss looks over. She says, "Oh, hi. Forgive for the intrusion. We have a situation over here by the gate, unfortunately."
Is it anything we can help with?
Potentially. When we say dead men walking, it means that there's potentially a danger that may be out here, or it could be somebody seeking refuge. But from where the person is up there, they can't exactly tell. So we're gathered here by the gate just in case. You see that she goes over, and you see that there's like a little latch by the gate, and you see that she opens the latch, and she kind of like, it kind of creates like a little window for you to peer through the gate. She's like looking through. She's like, yeah, right now we're just taking a look to see if there's any dangers, but we're not exactly seeing this dead man walking he's talking about. Where it is, I'm not sure, but we're kind of at a point now. You see that she closes the window. She says, we're kind of at a point now where we're probably going to be sending somebody out there, not too far from the gate, just to make sure to, see if there's somebody out there that really does need our help. So it would be great if you guys could be able to help us here.
Yeah, of course. She's gonna look over to the rest. Should we, check it ourselves?
Goldo looks over at you, Rongda. He says, what are they saying?
They don't know what's exactly going on, but Grooney's asking if we should check it out.
You see that Goldo steps up, and to you, Rongda, he says, tell them I will go. I will see for myself this creature.
Okay.
I'll follow.
Quick question, he's speaking Infernal, right?
Yeah, he's speaking Infernal. That's why he's only speaking to Rongda.
Oh, Karuni knows Infernal.
Oh, Karuni as well. Yeah, you see that he...
Karuni,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Karuni, like, looks at him, she's like, speaks in Infernal. She's like, well, I can accompany you.
You see that he looks, he says, you understand my language?
Yeah. I kind of just got bored one day learning the same thing, so I just picked up Infernal.
Good. Support would be nice. You see that he goes over to the gate and, like, by himself, pulls on, like, the knobs of the gate and, like, pulls the gate apart on his own. As you see that he pulls out his shield and his spear, as he says, stay far. I will be in vanguard.
Alright, I'll, be in background.
You see that he immediately holds up his shield and slowly, like, steps forward. One step, another step, another step, another step, and stops and kind of, like, takes up, like, a defensive stance as he kind of, like, scans around the nearby woods around the gates of Navine. He says, do you see anything?
Karuni's gonna look. She's gonna use the monocle.
Okay. Using the monocle, you can see that there is something that seems to be out in the woods, humanoid in nature from what you can see, but you can tell that they are rapidly dying, looking like, as they seem to have been like sitting up near a tree, and you can kind of like see something odd about their breathing.
She's gonna like yell back. Yeah, there's definitely somebody out here, but I don't think they have much to live.
You see that Goldo looks over and says, point me where?
She points to the direction where she sees.
You see that Goldo immediately puts away his spear and his shield and like starts bolting towards them over by the tree and moving through. You see that Goldo makes it to this person, and you see that Goldo kind of like uses uses some type of magic almost, as you see that this person's breathing kind of slows down a bit more and seems to be a lot more normal. And you see as they get up, you see that Goldo kind of like picks them up. You know, being a much larger creature is, you see that he picks up this person and he walks out. He says, "They are injured, but they seem fine." Looking through, Karuni, you recognize him. It's Mara.
Do this to me. What the fuck?
You see that it's Mara. Her clothes like torn as if like lacerations. Her missing her staff. Tons of like bruises around her. Tons of bruises around her body. But you see that there's kind of like a green aura around her, and you can see that like some of the bruises and wounds that she suffered are slowly disappearing. He says, "I will keep them near me. I will make sure that they are healed." You see that he walks over to the gate. He says, "Are you ready to leave?"
Karuni's just gonna like look back out before she just nods. She's like, "Yeah, just hurry in, please."
All right. You see, with one hand, he like pushes over the right door open, and you see that the guards on the other side kind of hold up their weapons ready, as you guys make your way in. And as you guys make your way in, you guys see that the guards immediately lower their weapon and they close the gate behind. Well, okay, to Zoro and so to Zoro, you recognize the person Goldo's holding. It's Mara. Rongda, you see that Goldo seems to be holding an injured elf in his arm, kind of like cradling them in his arms. As you see that Goldo kind of like lays them down as you guys hear Miss Weiss, yelling over to some of the soldiers to bring a stretcher to kind of, put her in it to take her somewhere. Before you see that Goldo looks over at you, Karuni. He says, "Why are they yelling?"
The person you had in your is she's my mother.
You see that Goldo looks over at you and then back at Mara, and he looks back to you and says, "This, your mother?"
Karina gives a nod.
Then it is more dire. You see that he goes down to one knee and puts one hand hovering over her chest. He says, "It has been a while, but I'm afraid a new pact must be used." You see that he closes his eyes, and around Mara, you see that there's a flame that that kind of engulfs Mara. But you see, it's not a flame that seems to be something hurtful, but you see that this flame kind of covers her and immediately starts dissipating out from her toes to and her the top of her head as well. The flame slowly starts burning its way through towards the middle of Mara, as you see that the wounds, when the flame passes, the wounds completely heal as it slowly begins moving more and more towards the middle before disappearing entirely. As you see that Goldo gets up and he says, "There. The wound should be healed, and I believe the magic should be instated. They should awaken soon." You see that Goldo looks over at you. He says, "I will prepare a meal for them." You see that Goldo immediately walks off. And as he does, Zula follows suit. As you see, for a moment, you kneel down next to Mara. And for a moment, you see that she stops breathing. And then you see her hand twitch a little bit before you see that she immediately gets up, taking a huge inhale in, and she's like, oh my, I'm alive. Where am I? You see that she looks around before she looks over at you. She says, "Karuni?"
Yeah, I'm alright. Are you
Oh,
okay?
dear. You see that she immediately hugs you. Says, "I'm sorry. It didn't. I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything. I'm sorry." You can feel that Mara is breaking down in your arms, Karuni.
Karina just like rubs her back just to comfort her. She's like, "It's alright. It's alright. What happened? What happened with Dad?"
You see that she pulls you away. She says, "William, he kept me alive. You see that she kind of like you see that she kind of gets up to her feet and kind of leans on you a little bit. She says, "Your father helped us, helped a few of the other people out of Ravenfall, but I don't know. I don't know if he's alive. I don't know if he's dead, but he helped us escape. And when I turned back to see him, I couldn't see him. And I don't know. I just kept running. The other people, they split off from me. I got lost, and I was trying to find a place to survive. I'm here. I'm here."
Okay. Let's just go in here. She's gonna like put motion over to like the tavern. She's like, "Just go in here and let's just take a seat and discuss a bit more."
All right. You can see that when she's leaning on you and kind of like has one arm wrapped around you, Karuni, you can see that she's like holding onto your shirt very tightly, as you help her into the tavern. Zoro, is there anything you wanted to do here?
Is there anything he can do?
It's up to you.
He'll go ahead and he'll go to the kitchen and see if there's anything he can start cooking.
Okay. You see that when you make your way to the kitchen, you see Goldo there, who's also, still wearing his armor, but but took off his helmet and has his like shield and his spear leaned up against the wall. You see that he looks over at you at the door and says, "Oh, you make food, right?"
Zoro will nod.
"Good. Help me prepare meals for the people. I will help." You see that he immediately starts helping out with some of the ingredients. Albeit the problem is his hands are like a little too big here, so he's like holding kind of like a very small knife. As you see that he is trying to like cut some carrots and some potatoes that is like left over on the side. I'm assuming you help him kind of prep food, right?
Yeah, but he'll give Goldo some of the knives from his cooking set that Zoro has, so that it fits more comfortably in his hand.
Oh, yeah, perfect. So you give him some of the knives from your cooking set, and you help out make like a large feast for a lot of the people here. I'd say probably a good amount of time passes. I'd say while they're in here, Rongda, I'm assuming you follow Karuni and this elven lady that you don't recognize back to the tavern building, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. You helped them inside. By this time, would Celeste, Eric, and Bappa be awake by this time, or?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So around this time, as you guys awaken and you guys make your way over to the downstairs, You guys notice that there's like a lot of commotion, and you guys can smell like a wonderful draft of like aroma of food that seems to be just wafting throughout the air. But it is cut short by the fact that when you see the doors open, you guys see Karuni is helping Mara into a seat. Sorry, Karuni and Rongda are helping Mara kind of like get into a seat in the tavern building.
Babril would, after like getting a whiff, just sigh up there, just like, oh god, early in the morning already at the job, and just like waltz over to the free.
Yeah. So you go over, and Karuni, you see that as you are here, you see coming downstairs, Eric, Celeste, and Baprold. You see that they make their way downstairs, and you see them.
Celeste's just gonna be confused, I feel like. She's like, wait. She's supposed to be in Ravenfall. How? Okay, what even happened?
Celeste, you see that Karuni and Rongda help Mara onto a seat by a table. And they also pull up their own seats as well. As Mara looks over at the rest of you, she says, "Oh, you're all here. Wonderful. It's nice. Glad to see all of you are still alive. It's good. It's good." You can see that there's like kind of like a bittersweet expression on her face.
Where's your husband?
You see that Mara hesitates when you ask her that. She just hesitates and just doesn't say anything.
Better question that comes to mind. Since you just, and he points to Celeste, since you just said she's supposed to be in Ravenfall. Anything go wrong?
You see that she looks up for a moment, tears stroking down her face. She says, "Ravenfall was being attacked by something. I don't know. I was tending to the garden, and I just heard screaming and shouting, and William got my staff, and we went out, figuring out what was happening. And by the time we got there, there was a person who had like these weird, I don't know, like crystal daggers or something, and they were stabbing people around, and they were like turning into these horrific monsters, and I don't know. William and I tried to hold him off, and he overpowered us. Something happened. We were trying to make our way back into Ravenfall as we were hearing shouts and screams. You see that she holds her shoulder as she just kind of looks away and doesn't say anymore.
Okay. That's a process. Well, at least you're safe for now.
Barely. The man wanted to give a message. He said to find you and to send a message to you. You see that she kind of like holds out her forearm and kind of like pulls down the sleeve of what was left. And you kind of see like carved with like something that created like a lasting scar on her arm. It has the words "Come find me, cowards" written on it.
Babel would chuckle at this message. Like a ho, okay. So he has resorted to goading.
You see
Anyone
that
here in this room? Yeah, no, you first.
you see that she just pulls up her sleeve and still just kind of looks away, shuddering.
Anyone else here in this room also think we know who this is?
There's quite a few guesses.
If you're referring to someone who's in the 8-star tribunal and needs a serious kick in the ass, then yes.
Oh, most definitely. Oh boy, those are good. Yo. But first, if I might see that up.
You see that you go down and you see that Mara just puts her arm onto the table.
Okay. In this scenario, I would like you to wait. Let's see. What can I do here? You guys can like RP if you want. I'm just gonna check something real quick.
Is there anything else anybody wants to do here while Bapral's trying to do something?
Just like Zora would just continue giving people food.
Okay, yeah.
Doing as such.
I'll get that in a sec.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to greater restoration the wound, if I could.
Yeah. So you cast Greater Restoration, and you see that the scarring that created the wording slowly begins to disappear until you see that it's nothing. You see that there's completely nothing left. It's like it's just fresh, clean off of her body. As you see that she looks at you and she says, "Thank you, Bapral. That was mighty kind of you. Thank you."
So much. A messenger should never have to suffer for the message.
Right. You see that, a few moments it's silence before you see that one of the doors in the back kick open, and you see that there's Zoro and Goldo, who have like these like large pots of like fresh food and like stew, start laying them out on like the bar table. As you see that Goldo looks over at you, Zoro, he says, "Well, good. So, announce to them food is ready. We need to keep these people alive."
He's gonna go on ahead, get to the middle, and start laying out the food before he goes ahead and just like very loudly says, "Food is ready!" before going on ahead, headed back.
I like it. Yeah. So Zoro comes out,
would
says
get
that.
startled by this announcement.
Yeah, you see that a lot of the people here also get startled as well. Some people who are tending to wounds, others who are having their wounds tended to. But you see that they, a lot of the nurses get up and they immediately, start getting bowls of food, start putting it in and start taking it to some of the people who are, recovering from their injuries. And Goldo's here as well, helping out. Kind of helping out. Kind of get some of these bowls, put some stew inside with some vegetables inside as well, and then handing out to some of the people. You see that Zula is sitting on the side as well, like offering some of the people like plates and some cups to be able to get some some drinks and whatnot. As you see that, and it's gotten to a point where like some of the people from outside are like smelling the food and are like making their way inside now. It's starting to get a little crowded, but the guards are able to kind of get everybody lined up, make sure everybody's getting their food and whatnot. Is there anything that anybody wants to do here, RP wise, during this time that everybody's getting food?
While we are eating, Baffle would pretty much like just take the first let's for example he has like a soup in the morning or like a great fucking steak. First bite or first slurp. Fuck Zoro, this shit fucking is good. God damn! And he slams like his head on the desk.
You can see that some of the other guards as well are also praising Bapper as well. Like, yeah, this one's good. Can I get seconds? The other one's like, yeah, this one is super fucking amazing. Who made this? And it's kind of like bringing up the morale with some of the other people here. Anything else from anybody else here, RP wise?
Nope. I feel like Crudy's just gonna maybe get food for Mara. Maybe some tea. Make them tea.
Okay. Yeah, so you get some food for, I'm assuming, yourself and Mara as well. And you bring over some stew, and you sit next to Mara and you kind of offer her some, along with whatever tea you have left. And you kind of put it together, and you see that Mara looks over, just like, funny. Your father used to make this before, Well, nonetheless, it's gonna be good.
You should probably eat. Just eat as much as you can. I'm not the hungry.
Oh, come on. I'd feel wrong if I ate by myself,
Pretty then gonna eat.
Yeah, you and Mara have your fill of stew. Mara, Mara downs it super quick, much faster than normally she would. But it's understandable, as it seems like she's been roaming for days, from what it could have been weeks probably. But Mara kind of finishes up, and she starts sipping her tea, still looking down at the tea and looking back at her reflection on the surface of it.
We'll find Dad. I have faith that he's still alive.
Huh? What?
You're thinking about Dad?
Oh. Yeah. I'm just worried for him, We've only just reunited not too long ago, and again, we're separated.
I have faith he's alive.
You see that she looks up at you and she says, I hope he's alive too. She kind of rubs the side of her teacup before taking another sip of tea. Anything else? Anybody want to RP here? Anything else? Nothing else?
Nope.
Okay. So the day rolls by. Dozens of the people, dozens of the survivors in Navine, line up and, get their fill of food and stew. Zoro and Goldo are, just pumping out as much food as people are coming in to eat. And the day rolls by to pretty much, the afternoon. I'd say probably from the morning time of like what, maybe like 6-7 o'clock in the morning up until like maybe roughly around like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, pretty much. It dies down enough that like Zoro and Goldo come out completely sweating but satisfied look on their faces as they come out from the back area of it. As you see that Miss Weiss is also having a bowl of the stew, and gulping down a bit of the stew, she looks over, she's like, Zoro, I don't know how you always do this. Every time we meet, you always make some good food. I don't understand it. It's a miracle that you guys even came by as oddly enough as you did. Wow. It's been a long time since I've had good food here. Oof.
Well, I'm very happy that I was able to be the first one to give you some good food.
Yeah. You see that she pats her stomach. She's like, "Whew, already 2 bowls in and I'm already full. Wow." Well, anyway, I hear from one of the guards you guys are making your way out to, what, Rexton or something?
Yeah.
May I ask?
We,
May I ask what for?
Celeste got a vision of Mercurio and Coco being in some room with some woman, and a place that had the insignia of a lion. To Eric and Vapor's knowledge, that insignia is of Exton.
You see,
So we are there to see. What's up?
Go ahead. Sorry.
So we're just there to see what it is that's going on, and if we can get our people back.
You see, when you mention Mercurio's name and how he potentially could still be alive, you see that she drops her spoon and gets up and she says, "What? You said Mercurio's alive?"
Possibly. We were just recently told that he was dead, but I don't know. Celeste was very certain that she saw Mercurio, as well as a hellhound. I trust her judgment and what she saw.
You see that Miss Weiss, her breathing kind of getting a bit heavier. She says, "He's alive? Okay. You're gonna need a guide to get you into Rexton, right?"
Possibly. Not too sure yet.
You see that Miss Weiss looks over. He says, "Hey, Carl, come here." He said one of the guards goes over. He says, "Yes, ma'am." "Tell them to ready for our departure. Get us about supplies ready for maybe about a 5-day trip. Get it ready by sundown. Understand?" You see that he looks over. He says, "Yes, ma'am." And he immediately runs off. He says, "I will be your guide to Rexton. I'll be able to get you across the river to the other side."
Alright. Are you sure?
You see that she looks over at you with like a very serious expression. She says, "If there is a chance that boy is alive, I will spend every waking moment to find him and make sure he comes home safe. If I failed him once, I won't do it again. I put that on myself."
Zoro will just give it a nod.
We ready by 11. Have all of your gear packed up and ready, and we'll be out and on the road by 11 o'clock. Okay?
Alright.
You see that Miss Weiss gives you a nod before making her way out of the tavern building. Anything you guys want to do here before you guys prepare for a trip to Rexton?
Enjoy more of his damn food. God damn.
I mean, ask why we have to wait until sundown. We need to get there, guys.
They're prepping supplies, so they're getting the proper supplies set up for you as well. So, anything else you guys want to do here before you guys head off?
Nah.
No.
So time rolls by from 5 o'clock to 11. You see that Miss Weiss comes back in. She says, "All right, are all of your gears ready?"
Yep.
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
All right.
Yes.
You see that she looks over at. She takes a glance over at you, Eric. She says, "I know you're always ready. All right, come on. We got whatever carriages and horses we have left to be able to get us over to Rexton, and hopefully, with the materials that we have left, we'll be able to get ourselves a boat built up. We have somebody that we'll be taking with us as well to help with the construction of that." Moving through, you guys, you guys pack up your things, and as you guys are over by the gate, you guys see, walking past, or like, sorry, as you guys make your way out of the tavern building, you guys see that the citizens of Navine and survivors of whatever's left have, kind of stood up over at the streets, looking at you guys with hopeful expressions that things will change, kind of like saluting a hero start to a party start to an adventure. As you see that the citizens, thank you, all of them seem to kind of like, you hear thank yous and everything, and hopefulness that you guys will put an end to the nightmare that is what is happening to Creston. As you guys are walking through the streets, you guys see near the gate, you guys see the soldiers have stood up and kind of giving you guys the typical salute. As you guys make your way over, you guys see that there is a carriage with a few horses, and then you see that there is a man that stands next to the them. He says, "Oh, Ms. Weiss, we ready to go?" You said Ms. Weiss is like, "Yes, we're ready to go. Come on, everybody hop on."
Okay, time to get in.
Okay. You guys get into the carriage, and of course there are a couple guards as well that seem to be accompanying you guys as well, as you guys get in and make your way out of Navine. Moving out of Navine, you guys see that the carriage is taking you over past the fort that you guys passed by earlier. As you guys are in this carriage, you guys hear Miss Weiss kick up. She says, "So, quite the adventure y'all have been on, right?"
So, yeah.
How weird is it, right? Fate brings you back to us, and all of a sudden, I feel hopeful. Things will change. It's weird. Every time I see you guys, something changes, and it's always a good one. So, I just hope soon enough this good change will follow suit to Rexton, I guess. Right?
Hopefully.
Hopefully. Hopefully indeed. As you see that she kind of like leans back a little bit in the the carriage. You guys in your carriage make your way from Navine all the way out, a little bit past, a little bit towards like Fortuna, but you guys stop at kind of like a fork that leads to Lothal and Fortuna, and you see that the carriage takes a right into like this kind of like almost like hidden pathway in the trees to the right of that, leading down a path over to what looks like a over to like a small area where you guys can like set up boats, kind of like a flat area almost by the water. As you see that the carriage stops over by this, and you guys hear a tap on the carriage, And as you guys get out, you guys see that the other guy that was with you immediately starts getting some of the supplies set up and laid out, ready to kind of like build this boat to be able to get you guys across. As you guys are sitting here, kind of like, you know, getting some time to yourselves. Anything you guys want to investigate around here? Anything? Nothing? Just move on a bit at a time? Or...
Babel would pretty much, throughout the entire time that everyone's talking, just stare out, like, out of the carriage, just like, looking the true sight.
Okay. And what is it you're trying to investigate with true sight exactly? Anything in particular, or?
Pretty much like, surrounding areas. For example, possible corpses on the ground, blood stains that are just rotten, or like dried on in trees.
I mean, looking around, where you guys are, nothing really besides the trees or anything. Nothing exactly catches your eye around here. Yeah, it just seems to be just a plain old area that you guys are just setting up in. No dangers that can be really seen in sight, pretty much. Anything else from anybody here?
Nah.
Yeah, nah.
Okay, so a good bit of time passes, and it's kind of like morning time now. And you guys hear like a whistle, and you guys look over. You see that the guy is kind of like waving his hand, and you see that there is a boat freshly constructed. You guys see that Miss Weiss looks over. She says, "Well, looks like our ticket to Rexton's ready. Only question is, are you all ready?"
Who the fuck? Y'all ready?
No, wait. Let me go back to let me get back to Neva, and I forgot my entire bag of holding.
You see that she just looks at you. She's like, "I know you don't got that backroad. Calm down. I know you guys are always ready for this type of adventure. Don't worry." All right.
He has 2 bags of
I have 2 bags of holding, and
and he put one inside of the other, right, Babro?
You see that Miss Weiss looks at you. She's like, "Wouldn't that cause some kind of like problem there? Because like putting another bag of holding and another bag of holding would kind of like make a black hole or something. I don't know."
What's a black hole?
Babrold would like to check his, like, just pull his pants part, like, forward and just look down. Oh, lucky.
You see that she looks at you. Like,
Wait, did Zoro just ask what's a black hole and Babro just showed him his asshole?
Bruh.
No. No, I was checking my balls.
Oh.
Oh.
You see that Miss Weiss looks over. She's like, "Paprold, put your fucking pants on. Come on. I got a place to go to. Come on."
You can't. While she's walking away, she will just hear out of the distance, "You can't chain me anymore, woman. I'm a free man."
His balls slapping against his thighs.
Jesus Christ.
Running off into the sunset.
What a fucking way to describe that. Jesus. So yeah, you guys get your gear ready again. You guys get up onto this boat as you see that some of the guards and the guy are there. And you see that the guard looks over. He says, "Miss Weiss, you gonna be okay? Avon's gonna be a whole lot less safe without you." See that? You have Miss Weiss say, "Well, I have a mission to do, and I'm pretty sure I taught you guys better than to just roam the streets. Come on, I trust your guys' ability to protect Avon. Come on now." You see that he looks like, "Yes, ma'am. Have a safe trip, all of you. All right." As the guards and the guy get a good start on the boat and kind of like push it out into the water, and for a moment it kind of like rocks a little bit as it kind of like gets used to some of the bits, some of like the waves and shit on the water, but overall stable. It's good. You guys fix up the sails and you guys make your way across the water of Navine, or across the water to the island where Rexton lies. Here, I would consider that you guys would kind of like take a bit of a long rest here. I'd say the like individual short rest and long rest that happened before, but this one we kind of give you a long rest.
Yay. I do my thing again.
Wait.
Any
Wait,
RP stuff or
wait.
anything you guys do here, or?
One thing I will do.
Don't know why. Doesn't even matter how.
I will make it so. I will make it so that my Worm Reaver gauntlets give me poison resistance.
Okay. Yeah. So you look over at your gauntlets, Baprold, and you kind of like clench your fists together, and you kind of feel like this weird surge of like something that has like embedded itself into your veins, and it kind of gives you a little bit of like a tingling feeling. It's kind of like, you know, when ice goes down your back, you kind of get like a weird cold feeling in your spine and you shake a little bit. Yeah, it kind of happens a little bit before the feeling goes away and you feel completely normal again. But getting poison resistance. Okay.
Mexi.
Anyone else want to do anything here to prep before you guys make it to the island? Or to make it to the other side?
I think I'm good so far.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you guys sail, for what feels like probably about like a day and a half of sailing, you guys see something in the distance. As you guys get closer and closer, you guys see it. A cliff face close to the island that you guys need to arrive in. You guys kind of like sail closer over to the side of it, and Miss Weiss kind of like throws over a rope to kind of like catch on to one of like the rocks on the side of this cliff, kind of like bottom of this cliff, to kind of help steer you guys in and pull you close to shore. You guys aren't exactly in like a place where there's shore because it's kind of like a cliff area, but you see that Miss Weiss kind of looks over, like looks up at this cliff. She's like, "Well, we're here now, so anyone got ideas of how to get up there?"
I mean, technically, Zoro and I could just like pull you guys up one by one. That's the long way.
See that Miss Weiss looks at you, has like an eyebrow raise. She's like, "You can fly, Baprold?"
Ooh, I'll show you them wings soon.
Hell, I've seen weirder. All right, well, what is the plan here?
I guess what they said, right? Just pick us up, throw us there.
Yep.
Come back for the rest.
Okay.
Here are we all?
So you see that Zoro spreads his wings, and you see Baprold change his form, but you see now, rather than having that very illustrious white and gold form, you guys see that Baprold has a much more sinister look to him, kind of like his old demonic self kind of like reappears instead. But this one, with a major difference of having longer horns than the last one.
So who's first?
Zoro will also use Giant's Bite just to be able to carry more people.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. With that, how many can you carry?
I'd say you could pretty much carry the whole party by this point. If it's you and Zoro, you guys can pretty much carry the whole party.
Great. So I'll take 2. You take the rest. Got it.
Bet.
You guys help the party up. You guys soar upward up to this cliff, and you guys land as everybody, you know, kind of like detaches from you guys. As Miss Weiss kind of like dusts herself off. She's like, "Wow, never thought. Well, I mean, on occasion, I thought you would probably be a demon. So I mean, I guess it's more fitting of what I thought of.
Takes one to know one.
Yeah, you're right. As you see that as she kind of like gets her gear sorted out, she's like, okay, bow's here, quiver's here, satchel's here. All right, everything's good. How's everybody's gear? Everybody still got everything?
All sound good.
All right. Well.
Yep.
Well, Rexton it is. You guys, I'd say from here, you guys are like much closer. If you guys refer back to the map, you guys are much closer to the destroyed city of Udry. So moving through, you guys follow Miss Weiss, as Miss Weiss takes you over to the destroyed village of Udry. However, something is much wrong here. You can see that the buildings are destroyed, but you see roaming throughout the destroyed village are the crystallized versions of people, kind of zombie-like almost, just roaming throughout the outskirts and presumably inside of the heart of the village. As you guys kind of take cover over in some of the foliage nearby, you see that Miss Weiss looks over. She says, "So this is what the crystal does to some of the people." Oh. All right. Well, anyone got a plan to go around or anything?
I mean, we can't do our last strategy of just wall of light, wall of flame, right? Burning too many resources.
Well, so long as y'all are okay with it. What's the deal here? Are we gonna move in, or are we gonna just go around?
Given the fact that they're zombies, they probably have a lesser sense of attention span or overall perception. I think if we just cause commotion in like one part of the city, we should be easily able to get through here.
Easily. Anyone got objections to the plan?
Sounds stable to me.
Oh, so long as everybody's okay with it. So you guys get close to Udry, and you guys come over to like one of the entrances into Udry. What happens here? What's the plan? How are you guys gonna try to traverse this obstacle almost?
Let me just double check this.
Okay. Who's gonna be causing the distraction? Because I don't think everybody needs to be there.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage we have is that either me or Zoro can just cause a commotion from up top. Meanwhile, the rest of
I mean,
the rest of the people on foot can just easily traverse.
I could cast pass without a trace.
Oh, yeah, that works too. You know, sometimes I forget you can do that.
Yep. Karina's gonna cast pass without a trace.
So you cast Pass Without a Trace, and who's making stealth checks here?
Oh shit.
It's up to you guys who's gonna go and who isn't.
I guess we could all until hell breaks loose. Like, we don't have to do it immediately, do we?
Yeah, you consider
I mean-
yourself while in the aura. You and each creature you choose have a plus 10 bonus to dexterity or stealth checks and leave no tracks.
So you guys are able to kind of go into the city or go into the village, and yeah, there's nothing exactly wrong here. I mean, the village is as as it is, you know, destroyed buildings and whatnot. And you guys are passing through fairly easily, I'd say. You guys kind of get over to like a part where there's like the city, or kind of like, I keep saying city, the village square. And you guys see that the village square here, there are tons of more crystalline zombies around here, along with much more like crystals that are like piercing out from the ground and whatnot, kind of like creating little, I guess I could say kind of like little traps here and there, I guess I can really call it. From here, where you guys are staring into the city square, you guys can see that there's like a way that leads out to the left into like another small area that leads out of the village. There's one straight ahead that looks like a entrance that leads out into like a road, and then you see that there's like a little small alleyway to your right.
Oh shit, my bad. I'd say we take the alley.
The alley's secure,
Pretty optimal.
but if we alert anyone, we'll be trapped.
I need to be very careful then, if that's the case.
Yep.
Go forth.
So where is the party headed to? The what's it called? The alleyway?
Yep.
So you guys make your way out into the alleyway, and going through, it's like a very kind of like smaller, cramped alleyway, but you guys are able to fit fairly without an issue. Moving through this tiny alley, you guys notice as well that there is a shadow that seems to be appearing on the other side, and on the other side, stumbling past is a corpse of, a crystalline zombie that seems to be passing by. Everybody give me a group stealth check by this point. I need a group stealth check.
Ready?
Remember, +10.
Yep, +10. Don't forget as well that you have both Goldo and Zula here. Goldo being a bit of a problem because of his heavier armor, but
Well, Goldo can suck a nuts.
Stealth
damn.
check.
So that's a
Did Karui
28
just roll a
total.
43?
Dude, courage just runs.
Wow.
I'll make
Sorry,
some
plus-
checks
oh,
for.
damn.
I'll make some checks for.
Ragnar just rolled a 27.
That's a 37. Bro, we're passing this check.
Nah,
I do not
bro,
care.
I got a 43. That's great.
Jesus.
Stealth.
Yeah. So just as easily as as you see that this zombie is kind of like shambling past, you guys immediately stop, and you see that like the zombie stops for a moment, looks down the alleyway at all of you. You guys can hear like a weird kind of groaning, bubbling sound from it before it turns back, and then it starts to shamble away from the alleyway past you guys.
Dumbass.
Blind ass.
Stupid ass.
Making your way out, you guys see that there's like a little bit of like a lower, like a knee-high wall, made of stone that just seems to be there, and it just leads out of the village.
A knee-high what?
Wall. Like a stone wall.
Oh, okay.
Stone fence, you could say.
Pretty much, yeah. So moving through and going past it, sorry, I'm responding to a message. Moving past it, yeah, you guys are able to make it out of the village, and there's nothing inherently wrong around here. The place seems oddly quiet, though. The surrounding forest around the village seems to be oddly quiet, much more quiet than a lot of the other places that you guys have visited before, which is kind of odd. But moving through the forest, moving past it, I'd say, you guys managed to go out and make it onto kind of like the stone way that seems to kind of like lead out to wherever it is you guys need to go. Going on to the stone path, you guys walk down it, and you guys can see, going over past some trees in the forest, you see it. The large city of Rexton. The walls still standing, but you can see that there are very large crystals that kind of like pierce out from the ground, making like an X high above the highest building in Rexton. And you can see that it is very much alive still. But looking a little bit closer, you guys can see that the guards you're looking at in front of this gate aren't normal. No. These guards seem to be like half of their body has kind of like been like half of their body is used as like a host for this crystal to keep them alive almost, is the way you can kind of call it. Half human, half crystal beings, I guess you can call them. Much more functioning like a homunculus, where they're very dead for sure, but their body is being used for something, for a purpose. Any plan?
How are we gonna navigate this?
The usual hey, how you doing isn't gonna work here. Shocker, I know.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything?
Thinking, bro. Thinking.
These
Don't
thinking caps are
rush
working overtime.
art.
Don't rush art.
Great.
Yeah.
By
You know how
Roulette.
much we had to think this session? We've done a lot of thinking.
Mhm.
Mm. Can I like scout for possible blind spots?
You can look around the city and potentially find a blind spot. Yeah, give me a perception check. Maybe you might be able to find something.
21.
Anyone? So, okay. How do I put this? I'd say, looking through, I'd say you're able to, yeah, I mean, you're able to see that there is a spot, not exactly many, but there is, a spot, or there could potentially be a way to enter, where it looks like the wall where the crystals, or where like close to the wall, where the large crystals pierce out of the earth and like go up towards the sky. It looks like a little bit of it crashed into the wall, collapsing it just a little bit, but it looks like a little bit of a way for you to be able to get in.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Pretty much. Pretty much, I guess I could say. Yeah, pretty much a chance, I guess.
Mhm. How big is this opening?
Compared to how you guys are, a fairly wide opening, I'd say. It's just that, well, the problem is trying to get into that opening seems to be the problem, because, well, the only way to get into it seems to be that there is a crystal that kind of like leads up into that part that like pierces through it. So
I have a plan, Arthur.
I have a plan, Arthur. I need more time.
Hmm. No, can't make noise.
If only we had a way of silencing the entire area.
Bro, my silence is not that big.
What do you mean it's not that big? It's huge.
Wait, do I have it equipped?
It's
Oh,
20-foot
I didn't-
radius. It's 40 feet long. What are you talking about?
40 feet. What do you mean 40 feet? It's only 20 foot.
Radius,
That's
which means
feet.
it's 40 feet across. The
Oh,
radius
right,
is
I
half
mixed
the
up.
diameter.
Yeah. I got it mixed up. It's been a while since I had to do math like that.
There.
Yeah. Okay. In that context, yeah, that's a bit bigger than I have mentally, because a 20 foot diameter looks really fucking small to me, at least in that context. But yeah,
Okay.
given that, I shall silence that piece of destroy that. You just silence the fucking crystal, man.
Fair enough. All right. So yeah, I mean, you cast silence on the crystal. I'm assuming you guys are going to scale this crystal to go inside, right? Just an assumption.
I don't know.
Yep. Well, I mean, I was gonna plan on shattering it since it's silenced now.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, up to you guys. What you guys want to do here?
It worked on the card of crystals.
I don't want to touch
Once.
that crystal.
I would
Could be
like
an
to assist with my
evil
new fist strength.
Are you gonna?
Shit with you.
Are you gonna punch it?
I am going to punch it.
I'd say to apply the force necessary to break this, because it is a fairly large crystal. Definitely much larger for sure. To break this, I'd say give me a strength check. Give me the strength check with the DC of... Give me the strength check with a DC of 19.
Okay, I will guide this. Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's an ability check. You can use it.
Yeah, ability check, I can guide us that. Alrighty. Oh,
You're not cheating this time, Harry.
wait.
Nope.
That is a 21.
21?
Oh!
Yeah, so, you guys see that Baprold for a moment, stands... Actually, you know what? Better yet, describe this to me, Baprold.
Babel would pretty much just walk up to the crystal. Spread fingers a bit. Charge up a bit, but you can see like slowly his human arm slowly turning into demon form. And just like like a instantaneous punch, just like shatter the crystal into pieces.
Yeah. You guys see Baprold just shatter it. Boom. Usually you would hear a boom, but you guys see that when he punches it, you see that it cracks, and you see that it slowly collapses bit by bit. But you guys don't hear anything. You guys can feel the effect of like a large wind blowing out towards you guys as this crystal finally exposes a tunnel large enough for you guys to be able to get into the city of Rexton. So you see that as you see that the crystal collapses, you can feel like a large gust of wind pushing out towards you guys as you guys see the hole is now open.
It's already proving beneficial. Anyway, new hole, new goal.
Words to live by.
He has such a way with words.
All right. So you guys make your way. Inside, and as you guys make your way inside, you guys kind of like end up in like a weird prison area underneath somewhere. You guys see that you're in kind of like what looks like a cell that's been broken into. And looking over, you can see that there are like skeletons that are like chained up to the walls. Well, not actually chained up anymore, but you can see that there are like bones of like arms chained up to the walls with like piles of bones right beneath them. As you guys look over at the very rusted looking prison cell door Hi, Milo.
Wait, did these people hire an architect to make the city and place the back end of a jail right next to the outskirts of the fucking of the wall?
There's a gap.
So all they
There's like a
had-
gap.
the-
There's
all
like
they
a
had to
gap
do
in
was
between.
pick it.
essentially.
All they had to do was Minecraft cobblestone their fucking way out, and I'm done with this place.
I guess.
I hate it
I
here.
guess you can kind of describe
I hate
it like
it here.
that. So.
It's quite literally like when somebody tries to dig a tunnel underneath a wall just to escape prison. That tunnel does not have to be long at all. Like they can escape.
No, dude, that is a 10-foot tunnel, and they're clear.
Yeah. That's like,
Like
freedom right there,
there
man.
wasn't even a hole there yesterday. Like they didn't even have to plant it that much.
Yeah, like most people would like dig for months. They can do this in like a week.
Yeah,
Probably,
no, not
bro.
even
A couple days
I
if
give
their
it a
work
few
ethics are
hours,
pretty
really.
high.
Yeah. And depending on like jail size, you don't know, maybe there's like 4 dudes in there. Holy shit.
Dude, 4 dudes in one hole.
Bruh.
Don't know if they can
Yeah.
fit that, but hey, it'll leave some damage. I think that can't be repaired.
Well, I'd say by this point, yeah, you guys are in this prison cell now with skeletons in here, and you guys see like a very rusted cell door.
How are we gonna get past this rusty cell door without alerting the guards?
Oh no.
Were you guys waiting for me?
No.
No. We
Yes.
just had an argument about how architecture in this place is a fucking shit show.
Okay. I had to pee.
It's fine.
Oh no. If it isn't my greatest enemy.
Door hinges.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Rusted door.
Uh,
A push or pull
So-
door.
In this cell, yeah, that's it. That's about it. Besides, like, rats that seem to like scurry off as you guys like make your way in. That's about it. Some skeletons and a rusty prison cell door.
oh no. A rusty door. I will kick it off.
You gonna kick it? Yes, you can.
Well, not to the point where like it makes too loud a sound, like beep. To the point where it is actually open.
I mean, yeah. I mean, like the door is like rusted. Like when you just barely push it, you see that the door actually breaks off of its hinges and just collapses and slams onto the floor.
Very
Huh.
sneaky.
You know, we didn't even check if it was open.
We know now.
Well, now it is. Making your way out, yeah, you do see that there is like a cell block that you guys are kind of in, and going out from this little section that you guys are in the cell block, you guys see that there's kind of like a main area where there's like a stairs in like a middle portion that leads up to more cells up top. But besides that, there's another door that seems to be closer to it. Anything you guys do here? You guys got like I'd say in terms of feet from where you guys are, this is probably about like an 85 foot like place here. And you guys see that it goes up maybe about like 70 feet ish up.
85 of them.
Bruh.
Oh, damn, sicko.
So, what do you guys do here?
Okay.
Mm.
I will describe it though. This prison for sure definitely looks abandoned because it does not look like it is taken care of at all.
You know what? I think Zoro's gonna fly all the way to the top floor.
Okay.
And leave everybody.
Leave everybody. Yep.
Alright,
Oh.
that sounds good.
Yeah,
Well, not
okay.
actually. going all the way to the top floor. I go to the second floor though.
You go up the steps, and you notice as you're going up the steps, you notice that when you take one step near the base of the stairs, it like breaks off actually and kind of collapses. These stairs are definitely wearing down. As you go up the steps, you know, some parts of it break off, others stay in their place. Surprisingly, you go up to the second floor, and yeah, you're met with more prison cell doors and more prison cells on the second floor. Some of them, the doors are completely broken off and they're just like on its side. Others seem to still be fairly attached to their cells and still locked somewhat.
Okay. Anything of interest as Zoro goes ahead, looks around?
I mean, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Investigation. Ah, we love that. Isn't that one?
Bro.
Sure is a lot of prison cells here.
I mean, yeah, besides prison cells, that's it, man.
I wonder what's on the third floor. Probably more prison cells. I
think.
think.
Yeah, dude.
I think
All you
I
see
think
are
that's
just prison
gonna
go
cells.
to the third floor.
I think that's the most barbarian thing that Zoro's ever done.
He just goes up. He's like, "Oh, the second floor has prison cells. I wonder what the third floor has." He goes up. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Zoro.
Yeah, no.
You see more prison cells,
more
pretty
prison
much.
cells.
That's it, pretty much. You just see more prison cells, ones that are still maybe as dilapidated, if not even worse than the ones you saw on the second floor. But that's about it that you see up here.
Oh,
Okay.
the prison is filled with prison cells. What
Can
is
I-
the- what-
Can I get another chance on the third floor?
I'll give
Yeah.
you another chance. Go ahead, give you a
Okay.
investigation.
If this is another nat one, I think Zoro's done investigating for the day. Okay, it's not that bad. This is a 7. I'm gonna go ahead. I want to try and find something, so I'm gonna add a couple tallies to this.
Okay. Yeah. How many tallies you adding to your roll?
Well, I just got one. So I guess I'll add 2.
2
I
tallies.
think I'll be out of tallies for now with that. Oh wait, that's.
Oh God.
So that's a 7 plus 7. 14.
14. I mean, yeah, you look through some of these cells, and it seems like a lot of these prisoners that were in here were kind of crafty. Some of them kind of like had some spots where they can be able to hold some kind of things, but you see that when you open those spots, like you spot those spots, but when you open them, there was nothing really in there. There was just like a bunch of like small bits and bobs of things in here. And one of them, yeah, you spotted that there seems to be like a drawing of a woman, but it's hard to really make out because it seems like the ink is kind of like dried out so much on this parchment that it's hard to see. But I will say that in one of the cells, Zoro, as you go in, you notice that the bed seems to be a little off. It seems like the bed is kind of like bending down a bit more than it usually would. So you go over, and this kind of like sheet that's on top of it, you pull it off to see that there's like an indent inside of it that seems to have been like carved by hand by something. And inside of it, there seems to be something in there that seems to glint back at you. As you reach in and grab it, you see that you grab 3 gold, and you notice that there's also a scroll in there. And this scroll is a scroll of Misty Step.
Ooh.
Seems like one of these
I got-
prisoners seemingly had a plan.
Well, turns out, the plan was for me, so he's gonna go ahead and pocket it
Yeah,
in
cool.
his bag of holding.
Cool.
Then after that, I think after that he's gonna then go back down to the first floor.
Okay. Yeah. So you go back down to the first floor, meet up with everybody. Anybody want to investigate anything else around here, or are you guys just gonna move on?
We're just
Guys.
gonna move on.
In case you didn't know, there's a lot of jail cells in this prison.
I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna also investigate. I just wanted to see how long this goes.
Okay, give me an
Don't
investigation.
worry, I won't
No,
bother you too long.
Oh,
bro,
in game.
bro.
In character. Gotcha.
Yep. Okay, that is a guidance.
Yeah, I'll investigate. Celeste will investigate the jail cells. To we roll for investigation, right?
Everybody's gonna roll investigation in these prison
Yep.
cells. We're just wrong to do
Yeah,
this as
I-
well. Just wrong to participate in this investigation of prison cells.
Oh, that is it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna use my inspiration.
What are your guys' rolls?
So I got a 13.
13, okay.
I also got a 13.
13. Did wrong to make a roll or no?
Yeah, she did.
21.
Nat 20.
That's a nat 20.
Holy shit.
My first roll was a nat 1.
We'll start off with Celeste and Baprold. So Baprold, looking through in these cells, you notice that some of these cells, like when, like the first one that you found, you like push over the door and it just like breaks off its hinges and collapses. You do notice that in one of the cells, Baprold, that something seems a little off about the stone walling on like close to one of the corners, and you see that one of the pebbles is loose. So you actually pull out one of the pebbles, and inside of it, yeah, you find about 4 silver pieces.
How come you give me gold and I feel more broke?
I mean, it seems like this prisoner was
I mean-
trying to save up some money, but, well, didn't seem like he could get very far.
Bro, need to get it spread out.
I
Is
guess
there
so.
like a skeleton nearby that I can like just
Oh, yeah.
disappointingly look at?
Yeah, there is a skeleton. It's like remains are scattered inside of the jail cell, but yeah, there's a skeleton in here.
Oh, you poor fuck. This will be spent well on some beer.
Celeste, as you investigate the cells, there's not exactly anything inherently interesting that you would find outright, but you do notice that when you get into one of the cells, you notice that close to one of the walls near like the I guess kind of like where the pin is to hold the chain to hold up the bed, you notice that there's like a tiny hole that seems to have been like, I guess like drilled out or something like that. It's like a little bit of like a tiny hole in there, and as you peer through, you notice that it kind of like leads over to another cell, and inside that cell there's something glinting. So, you know, kind of like following through with this small little investigation of yours, Celeste. You go into the next cell, and you go over to where you see the spot that's glinting, which is kind of close over to like underneath the bed. Underneath the bed, you do notice that there is something in there, and as you pull it out, it's a silver ring. Just a plain silver ring inside.
I might have taken somebody's wedding ring, but you know, she's gonna pocket it.
Rhonda. Jeez, with a nat 20. Holy shit. Rhonda, as you look over into one of these cells, you do notice that there is like when you walk in, something seems very off in this room, and it's hard to tell what the fuck is off because like the other cells that you looked at, they seem very symmetrical, but the one you're in doesn't exactly seem very symmetrical for some fucking reason, and there's definitely something super wrong in this room. That is until like when you walk around, you notice that one of the stones at your feet kind of like breaks off just a little bit, and you almost slip. And looking over at the stone, you notice that the stone was hollow. And looking over, you see that there's something there. As you reach over and pull the stone, you actually pull out a completely like fake floorboard that looks like stone. And underneath, inside, there seems to be like a pouch, like a fairly large pouch inside, along with a picture. Not exactly a picture. I'd say more of like a parchment drawing, I guess, of a woman on there. That seems a bit more clearer. And you can see that written on the back of it says, "I will see you soon."
Interesting.
Inside of the pouch, you notice that there is a few things in here. You notice that there is a few scrolls. There is a scroll of There's a scroll of invisibility. There is a scroll of I think resist poison was what it's called, I believe. A poison of resistance to poison. Scroll of resistance to poison. And then you also notice that there is also a scroll of stone skin, as well as there being 10 gold pieces and then 2 greater healing potions inside.
Nice.
He had quite a bit of things going on. Out of everything, I think this was probably the most meticulous prisoner in this in this cell block, I guess. The most meticulous one that seemed to have a full proper plan in motion, but really did not get the opportunity to enact it.
You're laughing?
I guess that's about the
English
best
for
way I
another
can
Laughing
man.
at
say
a
it.
man's misery.
But
Such
yeah.
a ruthless man.
Get this man out of here.
7,000 pigeons. This man.
Ever nuclear missile.
Yeah.
7 nuclear missile.
So you pick up all the items, and you guys kind of gather back to kind of show off what you all have collected. So yeah, you've collected all the stuff. So anything else you guys check out here? I don't know.
Not the fake
Yeah.
floor.
I really was not
Yeah, no,
expecting
I
you guys to take a good interest in this prison. Holy shit.
not.
One goes in,
Eric
the other
is gonna go up and be like, "This is the least interesting place I've ever seen," and then carry on.
Fair enough.
Karina's gonna follow behind.
Yeah, so you guys see that there's another door that seems to lead out of the cell block, and opening this door, you notice that you guys are in like another hallway that goes down towards the other side where there's another door, but before you reach the other end, there's like towards the middle of it, there's like a hallway that goes off towards the left. Moving through, you guys come out to this fork that goes out to a hallway which presumably goes to another cell block, but then another hallway here that has steps that go up.
Up the steps we go.
And down.
I'm assuming you guys are gonna go up the steps, correct?
Can we go downstairs?
There's only stairs that go up. Sorry.
Then we go up.
Fair. Um,
Then you see them jump down.
they just face through the fucking stairs.
Yeah, just go up to jump down. Easy peasy.
Um,
Walking, levitate.
Going upstairs, you notice that there seems to be a wall that's at the top of the steps, which seems super fucking off architecturally, because why the fuck would there be stairs that just lead to a fucking stone wall? Doesn't make sense. Baprold, you notice something is odd about this wall, though, as you see, for a moment you look at this wall, and for a few moments you can see it kind of like shimmer a little bit in your vision before you see that it slowly begins to wipe away and disappear, leading to a door that's behind it. A much more refined looking door for sure. But it seems like the room that the door is in is kind of like a smaller storage area for like cleaning supplies.
They kept the janitor up here.
To everybody else, though, you guys see just a wall that architecturally just doesn't make sense.
Well, No one's stopping me. I'm gonna walk through that door.
You guys see Baprold go up the stairs, and instead of bumping into the wall, you guys see Baprold completely move through the wall and disappears behind it.
If he can do it, I can do it. He's gonna follow right behind him.
Yeah, Zoro, you follow behind him, and like stated, you think you're gonna hit a wall, but you actually just phase right through it and into what seems like a janitor's closet.
Look at this shit, Zoro. They kept the janitor shit up here. Imagine someone working here as a janitor. Like,
Does not seem like a fun job, man.
apparently, but like, this integration must be a nightmare.
You guys hear echoes of Baprold. You guys hear echoes of Baprold talking about how the architecture is just shit, but you guys just don't see him. You guys still see the wall.
We'll see Baffle's head like slowly come through the wall. Y'all coming?
Yes. Cooney's gonna walk in.
Yeah, I mean, like stated, you've just faced through the wall into the janitor's closet. Rhonda, Celeste, Eric,
Yeah.
your takes.
Following you.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys all enter into this janitor's closet, and it's weird because outside you swear you can hear a lot more bustling activity, but seems like more of like normal activity for a city. You guys hear a lot of like talking out there.
I thought this place was overrun by homunculi and zombies like the last one.
Well, who knows? Maybe the zombies are starting to finally develop something up there. Could be that we might be learning to communicate, as Baffle would like to like peek through a window.
It's kind of like a closet that doesn't have a window, but you know, you peek through the door, you peer through the door a little bit, you're gonna open it and look out, and as you look out, it's weird. It's almost as like nothing happened to Rexton. You see that there are normal people roaming inside of the building you guys are in.
Huh? Eric?
Yeah.
I need you to share a view here with me real quick.
Look.
You see the same thing. You see a lot of people moving around, bustling in like a city, like a normal city would, but it's so different from all the other places because this city shouldn't be bustling like this. It's almost as if this city's been detached from the rest of the world.
I mean, even from the outside. What the fuck? Even from the outside, it matched the rest of the mood to the world. And now we're back to the status quo.
Seems to be.
You see Miss Weiss look over, she's like, what do you guys see?
We see something wrong.
Wrong? How so?
Firewall.
Fireballs the building. Do you guys exit the janitor's closet, or?
I mean,
Yes, I will. I will.
Anyone else would like to follow suit?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
I'll take a look at the janitor's closet.
Bruh.
Bruh. You guys exit the
wait.
janitor. Oh, go ahead.
No. Oh, I was gonna say if you roll, then I was gonna say wait. Let's see the roll, and then we judge.
No. He investigates the janitor closet, gets a nat 1. It's a janitor's closet. There's cleaning supplies.
This room looks like my mother.
Wow.
Bruh.
I would never say that about my mother.
Oh my god.
Oh
So-
shit, that sounded way more sexy than I wanted it to be.
Bruh.
God damn it.
Getting out of the janitor's closet, you guys see a sight that is so fucking incorrect compared to what you guys have seen before. The city is still bustling with a lot of people, citizens that seem to be unaware of the dangers that are happening outside. Guards that are still there laughing and drinking. The place seems super lively, like nothing happened to it. The crystals are still around, right? But the problem is the city seems so normal.
Uh,
Uh,
quick
Go ahead.
thing. Can I like check the crystals for like something different about them? Like a different glow, different coloring?
Give me an investigation check. Yeah, go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Guidancing it. Oh boy, that was about to be a fucking disaster.
Another set
That
of
is a
retired
17.
dice.
17.
17. Yeah, you do notice that there's something different about these crystals. These crystals seem to emit like a very very slow glow. Like it glows and then slowly disappears. It's like pulsating, a very slow pulse. But these crystals don't seem to be very harmful. As like when you touch it, nothing happens to you. It's like you're just touching glass. And you see that the people are just normal. Super weird.
Also, like, in the crystals, I don't see bodies of dead people, right?
No, the crystals are normal. You see
Dang.
that as well. One of the people kind of like bumps into you, Brad was like, "Oh, sorry about that," as he just walks by.
Oh shit, this is real.
Dang, I thought I would have been fucking metal as hell if it was in the reflection of the crystal and it was like what it really was.
Okay, so these crystals are different than usual. I would like to share my findings with the group.
Yeah, he shares the findings with you that nothing is different, but there's definitely something very off in the air. That's for sure.
Let me do a little deeper search. I'm gonna ritual cast detect magic.
Detect magic. I like it. Okay.
What's really going on?
So, you ritual cast detect magic, and originally, nothing catches your attention here. It all seems fairly okay. But then something magical seems to like turn your attention towards it. And as you look over, you notice that there's like a weird little like monocle inside of a garbage area almost. Going over, Eric, and I guess kind of doing a little bit of a dumpster dive, I guess you can kind of call it. Not exactly, but reaching into this, you grab this monocle, and as you put it up to your eye, it becomes clear. You see that in this room, it's a like super like how would I describe this? It's super dystopian is how I would describe it. The way you're looking at the people as you turn around and you look at the people, you see that the people are like manacled and chained up from their neck, their wrists, and their ankles. And they are constantly like ever moving, and they don't seem to stop almost. But these people seem to just be moving randomly throughout the city. They don't seem to have any purpose that they're striving for. It just seems like they're just moving and walking like a normal person would, but there's a major difference you see with them, Eric, that is different from what you're looking at without the manacle. That the people you're looking at with the manacle are super thin and look dehydrated. They look like people literally on the verge of collapse. But it's like something is forcing them to constantly keep moving.
What in all nine hells? Nothing's as it seems to be. I report my findings to the group.
You report your findings, and you guys take a quick look in the manacle each, and you guys see the same thing Eric was talking about, where it's super dystopian. The torches that you guys usually see and the lighting that you guys normally would see without the manacle, and you look through the manacle, there's no lights. It's dark, it's dim, it's all kind of like grayed out. The people that you're looking at are super thin and anorexic, I guess you can kind of call it, and they are just constant, like stated, they are just moving without purpose. There's no feeling in their eyes. You don't see any expression from them. Their bodies just seem to be just moving on their own. And when you look back without the manacle, they look completely normal, like normal civilians. Miss Weiss has kind of like a horrified expression on her face as she says, "These people, they're just being used to portray a world that isn't real."
Pretty much. Anyone remember those slaves in the that town where the King's Guard were harvesting these crystals?
You mean back at the cathedral?
Yeah. Seems like just an enhanced version of this. They have more of a feeling of being actual people now, but still all look, no essence.
We have to get to the bottom of this. The only problem is, where do we start in a place like this?
They're moving, interconnected like a snake. To kill a snake, you cut off its head.
Same tactic we used back in the war. Shit. Who would have thought we'd have to use wartime tactics on dying civilians?
Are you fucking kidding me? This is war. Weiss, do you hear yourself fucking talk sometimes?
Sorry, I'm just reminiscing. Leave me alone. So,
Technically speaking, they're already dead.
They're very much alive.
I think this is a lot. You count this as being alive?
I count this as surviving.
Okay.
enough of the arguments, you two. We need to find a way to stop this. Any ideas of where we can start?
They use the monocle to find whatever it is everyone's connected to.
I mean, as you look through the monocle, there's not exactly anything that you can see that they're connected to. You just know that they are, like, manacled, on their, like, neck, their wrist, and their ankles. But it's like, they're not linked together. They're just moving independently. But it's like, I guess the best way to describe this would be like, think of it like a line of code where it's like the code starts from the top, it goes down to the bottom, and when it reaches the bottom, it has like a repeat function to go back to the top and keep going on the same steps. That's kind of like how these people are, where you see that these people are like moving to one end of the building, stopping, turn around, and then moving back to where they just stood, and then same thing, turning around, going back, kind of like simulating a process almost, where with how many people are in this building, simulating the process of a fully functioning city.
Well, can't find the through the line. Let's go by pure logic. What's the biggest building in this town?
There are two biggest buildings within this town. One of those buildings, as you guys make your way over to the way over to the city square, you guys notice that the biggest building is the castle at the back, which, you know, pretty much where royalty would be, where the crystals kind of like connect at the top. And then the second largest building that you guys are looking at seems to be this, from what you're looking at without the manacle, seems to be like a very large bank. But with the manacle, it doesn't have any signs or anything on it.
So by possible elimination, we have the bank, which is a good place to keep something hidden, or the castle, an even better place to keep something hidden, and a good place to also keep cards up.
We came here for the royalty, didn't we?
Pretty much.
Make haste.
Okay.
To the castle, I'd say we go.
Alright, and you guys make your way up to the castle. Going up to the castle, without the manacle, you guys see that the steps are super elegant, clean. The stones are perfectly placed so that like the stone tiles are like perfectly within, you know, proper lining of each other. Making your way up the steps, you guys notice that there's like the castle gate, with 2 guards that stand by it. And from what you're looking at with the manacle, these guards are like the ones you guys saw at the front, where half of their body is like covered in like crystal palpitations, I guess you can call them, but the other half is human. But without the manacle, they look like completely normal human guards. As you see that one of the guards looks over at you and he says, do you have any purpose here at the castle?
You want to do it, or should I?
I mean, I trust your instincts.
Yeah. Hold on, and I need to get my best normal person impression going.
I no longer trust your instincts.
I will divine intervention of fucking pretty much a mind trick of like, yes, hello, we have an appointment.
Jedi mind trick. I'd say give me a persuasion with advantage. Oh wait, but you used divine
intervention, yes.
Jesus Christ.
Give him plus 20.
Yeah. You see that this guard looks at you for a moment, and you see his eyes glow, and he's like, yes, you have an appointment, right this way. As you see that he like pushes, as you see that he kind of like taps the gate, and the gate, like one side of the gate opens, and he says, please, make your way in, sir.
Thank you. And Vapor just turns around slowly with a, I have no idea how that worked look.
You're gonna shrug and walk in after him. If it ain't broke,
don't fix it. Okay, so yeah, you guys make your way inside of the hold on. Hairball. You guys make your way inside of the castle grounds, and as you guys look through the castle grounds, you know, it looks normal. You know, you see there's a training ground area that's like not too far from the city gate, or like from the castle gate. You see there's tons of soldiers training, but with the monocle, you see something even worse. You see that there is a you see that there is, you know, the half crystal, half human people there that are just like loosely swinging their weapon, like super, like without any like power to it at all. But when you look at it without the manacle, they look like properly functioning soldiers that are actually training. As you see that the main area that leads into the throne room of the castle opens up, and you see that there is a like quaint maid that seems to come out. As you see that she kind of walks down the steps, clasping both of her hands, and she says, hello, I am here to help you for today. Do you have any business here within the castle grounds?
Monocle vision.
Okay, hold on. There's somebody at my door.
It's me.
So,
Divine intervention to persuade.
by logic of that divine intervention, I can now not use it for another 7 days. Which
Dang.
actually is funny because I was able to use it because we had the time skip.
Well,
Sorry.
gave us access to the castle for free, then sure.
So looking with the monocle, you see that this maid looks like from what you're looking at, looks like a regular, like, human maid without the monocle. But with the monocle, you can see that there is, like, a woman wearing, like, tattered clothing with, like, the same thing that all the other people were wearing, which is, manacles on their, like, their neck, their wrists, and their ankles. And what's weird is when you look at it with the monocle, the eye that you look at it with the monocle seems to kind of, like, oddly kind of connect with your ear as well, because when you hear them, you much more hear, like, groaning and mumblings rather than full sentences when they talk to you with the monocle on. It's weird.
We got spy gear before it was ever invented.
Jesus Christ.
Goddamn.
But you see that I say quote unquote maid looks at you. She says, do you have business here?
I mean, we just got to go to the tippy top where we saw the vision, right?
That tends to be the goal.
Well, any objections before we probably die?
Absolutely not.
I am ready.
Sailor. All right,
Let's go.
we're going to the top, Dungeon Master. We will surely die.
So, well, the maid still stands there waiting for a response.
What's the name of the queen again, or whatever her ass was?
Luana Frostguard?
We're here to have an audience with Luana Frostguard.
Oh, you wish to speak with the queen? Oh, of course. Was there any appointment that you guys had made prior?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, very well. Let me for a minute. Bruce, you see that there is a like a butler that goes over. He says, "Yes, Cassandra, is there a problem? These lovely individuals have said to meet with Queen Luana. Do you know if they're anywhere in the schedule?" You see that the butler looks over. He's like, I'm assuming you are the individuals here to speak with Miss Luana, no?
Yes.
Very well.
You. Can I get an insight check on that butler?
Give me an
On
insight.
that butt.
There's someone.
On that
Why the fuck
butler.
Give me an
Why
insight.
did that butler pronunciation have so much sexual intent behind it?
Butler.
On that. Natural 20. That's a 29 total. And I will add all of my tallies.
He just wastes everything for this shit. Holy fuck.
Max roll right now. Everything about them.
It's about
I'm putting it all on red.
Backstory, quirks,
With-
everything.
With how it is,
I know your mother's maiden name.
you do notice that there is something very off when you have the manacle and you look at him, Eric. Something is very off with him. He seems to be a much more like... Okay, to put it in a bit more perspective, he seems to be the only properly looking human when you look at him with the monocle. He looks exactly the same way you look at him without the manacle.
And the maid.
The
What?
maid's still the same way.
I mean, I could get that with the monocle, but I'm more concerned about his intent. Because obviously we don't have a schedule, or we're not scheduled to meet with the queen. So why would he so complacent?
You can tell from the way he's composed himself and the way he is kind of like talking to you. He knows who you are.
And is that a good thing or a bad thing?
They've been
Depends on what you
expecting
say
us.
That's up to
next,
you to
bro.
find. That's up to you to find out.
I got a special 20 plus 9, bro. Give me something.
Fine. With that, you can tell it's definitely within a malicious manner that he knows who you guys are.
But the good thing I was probably gonna kill him anyways.
Yeah, tackle him.
You see that Butler Bruce looks over. He says, you are here to speak to Queen Luana, correct?
Indeed.
Very well. Let me go ahead and see if I can go check up with some of my people and see if you are on the schedule. Okay? Forgive me. I will have to be right back. Please just stay here with Miss Cassandra, and I'll be with you in just a moment. As you see that he starts making his way up the steps into the castle. As he goes into the inner part of the castle, probably about a good, maybe 10-15 minutes later, you see that he comes out. He says, yes, that's right. You guys had a, what time is it? I believe, looking around, roughly about a, 10 o'clock invitation? Yes, 10 o'clock invitation to, speak to Miss Luana. Yes, go on. Come on through. You see Miss Cassandra. You see that Cassandra looks over at you. She says, yes. Please go on through, and you will follow our butler, Bruce, over to speak to Miss Luana.
Actually,
Yes.
if Mr. Bruce wouldn't mind, we know our way around here quite well.
Oh. Do you? You see that Cassandra looks at Bruce. She's like, have they been here before? You see that Bruce looks over. He says, I don't believe I recognize them. No, I don't think so. Are you sure you know your way around here? Do you need any guides or anything?
No, we are good. We have a few. We've had a good insight on the map of this castle.
Oh, well, by all means, it would be disrespectful to not have a proper tour for the new guests, no?
I trust my people here.
Oh, please, no, I insist. Even if it is not myself, I can have,
Oh, no. I insist. I am alright.
well, then I will at least have Miss Cassandra here with you, to at least, make sure in case you don't get lost. Miss Cassandra, would you please? You see that Cassandra looks over, she says, oh, me. Of course. I will take you to speak to Miss Luana, okay? You see that she goes over, and you see that Bruce gives like a small bow to Cassandra before retreating inside of the castle itself. As you see Cassandra stand by the door.
Guys, there's a stray cat outside my house.
Cat! Get the cat.
He's going into the backyard.
Get the cat.
In this moment, I would like to ask a question.
Yes.
So, when we pass the monocle around, do we beat the shit out of each other for it? Or because at this point we haven't had one time asked oh, can I have the monocle? Wait, can I have the monocle?
Brody
Just,
said it's my
legit just
turn.
took it.
I'd like to think we
At
all
this
did
point,
rock,
I
paper, scissors for it.
Rock, paper, scissors for the monocle.
Hell
We
yeah.
all did a bracket style rock, paper, scissors tournament every time we needed to pass it.
Jesus
Wait.
Christ.
Wait a second,
Every
Miss
single
Butler
time.
lady. We almost know whose turn it is.
You know what? Just for that, I'll do this. I'm gonna have a coin flip, and I'm gonna have everybody
Bruh.
give me heads or tails. I want to do a
Wow.
coin flip.
God. Oh god.
Just for the idea
I'm
that you
ready.
brought up.
The things we
I'm
do. It was a joke.
I'm ready.
Oh my
I'm ready.
fucking god.
Do it, Q. Do it.
All right, I'm
How
getting
do
a
I
coin
keep doing
flip.
this?
All right, heads or tails.
Tails.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
2 tails, 3 tails. Okay,
Heads.
heads. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, I'll pick tails.
tails. So, I need to ask. Did Karuni or Celeste say heads?
Well, I flipped it both times and both are heads.
Oh.
Well.
So they're both heads.
Well, all right. I'm gonna have to do another coin flip between Celeste and Karuni to see who gets it, cause it was heads.
Oh my god.
All right. What is it? Heads or tails for Celeste or Karuni? Which one?
Let me do it again.
Bruh.
I'm sorry.
Celeste's tails and Karuni's head. There.
Yeah.
Was that hard?
So if that's the case, then Celeste is the one that gets the monocle. Because it was heads again. So Celeste is the one to get the monocle. This is fucking horrendous.
Man, wait till I get my true sight back.
But yeah, so you guys see that Cassandra is standing there by the doors of the inner castle, and she says, "Oh, you ready to go?"
Could you repeat that? I couldn't hear you.
Basically, Cassandra is asking if you guys are ready to go speak to Miss Luana.
Yeah.
We're ready.
Perfect. Right this way. You see that Cassandra kind of leads you inside. And when she goes inside, you guys follow her into like this nice grandiose looking like hallway that has like a middle staircase that goes up. That's like a middle staircase that goes up to like another big set of doors, and then there's, you know, the bottom parts is like on the first floor there's like a left and right door that goes out into more rooms, but she leads you out up the steps and into the throne room. And inside of this throne room, from what you guys see without the monocle at least, a very nice gilded looking throne room. Not too gaudy. It looks looks like a perfectly normal throne room, you know, statues of Luana on the sides of the place. But what you do see that seems to be a very harrowing and deferring sight is Mercurio standing there wearing Kingsguard armor.
Oh.
Oh, hell.
Without the monocle.
Did Cassandra leave us alone?
You see that Cassandra looks over at you. She says, here you go. Miss Luana will be with you as soon as she is available. As for right now, you are okay to stay within the throne room. Just please, I ask you, just make sure not to break anything, okay? I know Miss Luana has a very bad temper when it comes to guests touching things that they're not supposed to, so just be mindful of what you touch, okay?
Don't worry, Cassandra. We're
Noted.
crystal clear.
Right. You see that she turns away and closes the door behind you. And you know, what's weird about it is like the room, I forgot to mention as well, like the room is like lined with guards. So the best way to kind of describe this room is like in the middle section of this room, there's like a red there's like a red rug that goes up from the middle, towards up to the the throne itself, and on the sides of this red rug, there are guards that line up the sides of it, King's Guard, that seem to be lining up on the sides of it that go all the way up to this. And next to the throne is Mercurio standing there with King's Guard armor and wielding his familiar glaive.
How many guards we talking?
In total, for guards, I'd say there's about 20, 10 on each side.
Quite the number.
Noted.
How can we convince the guards to stay in a 20-foot radius so I can fireball them all?
Well,
At the
before
same
you have
time.
the opportunity to try to do anything, you guys hear a door click open, and walking out is the what you, Eric, and Baprold, weirdly enough, without the monocle, look at a very beautiful woman with very long brown hair, who seems to kind of strut her way into the throne room. She says, "Oh, you're the people I'm supposed to meet around this time, right?"
I look at Bapro and I say mid.
Mid.
Bro, I don't remember her being.
Oh,
I don't remember her
I-
being this hot.
I will say as well, though, Celeste, when you do look at this room with the monocle, it is the same room, just without the lights. It's much darker. The King's Guard are the same, but what's different is Mercurio. The one thing you do see that is much different about Mercurio is that Mercurio's chest area has spikes, crystal spikes, growing out of it. And his body is much more pale, almost like his corpse is being piloted by something.
She's going to relay this to Backbolt.
All I needed to hear. But I won't. Flippy. I whisper this to them. To her, actually. Might have a chance still. Anyway.
You see, without the monocle, you guys see that Mercurio stands there with a very blank expression to kind of give a bit more perspective on what you guys look at Mercurio without the monocle. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, miss. Been a while. I'm sure.
Been a while? Do I know you?
Oh, right. Royalty. They forget your face as quickly as they snap their fingers. Yes. We used, me and my partner here, not that way partner, my co-worker here.
Yay.
We, used to be in your service.
You see that she looks at you up and down, and then she looks at Eric up and down. She's like, "Am I supposed to know you? I don't think so."
Nah, to be real, we're pretty forgettable, aren't we, Eric?
Indeed.
Eric?
God, we just...
That's a weird name. What is your last name? Something... What is your last name? Something even weirder? Whatever. You see that she
Wait, you
goes...
got no idea.
That bro is holding back a fucking muffled laugh.
You see that she goes over and sits on her throne. She's like, "So, what do you want?"
That's Eric with a K.
With a K? Is your name actually just a K? That's... whoever came up with that name for you. Mercurio, could you fetch me a drink, please? You see that Mercurio looks over. He gives a nod before he goes over to a room just past, and she says, So I hear you guys wanted to speak to me again. What is it now? Is it something about food? Do you guys need more food? I mean, you can just speak to other people out there. What do you want?"
Do you or should I? Because I can't keep this up forever. Keenly ignored. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Wait. Oh shit.
No,
Oh,
so I was talking to Eric.
oh, okay. I thought you were talking to me because I was talking. I was like, oh shit.
did
Why
you
is my
ask
microphone
Eric
not working?
that?
My microphone wasn't working. Sorry. Go ahead and repeat that, Baprobe.
Yeah. Okay. Can you like take over? It's very hard to hold back here.
I got this. You have something we want.
And that being, you can see that she like crosses her legs as she like leans forward towards you.
How recently have you come across acquiring your new boy toy?
Boy toy? What are you talking about?
Your servant you just fetched.
Oh, him? Oh, he just wanted to be in my service because he saw how pretty I am. You see that she like waves her hair.
Is she talking about
Any
my
new
servant?
pets, Your Majesty?
I don't like the way you're talking to me. Do you really have business here? Because if not, you can go.
I need to figure out a way to blow up this entire fucking room first.
Anyone here know? Anyone here know gravity magic?
I'm gonna just stomp on the floor really hard, and hopefully something happens.
We so do not have a plan.
Yeah, you haven't prepared.
So, anything? What is the plan here, gang?
Hmm.
Let me make it really easy for you, Your Majesty.
Horrible.
You stop digging around, and we'll be out of your hair.
You see like
Your
a little
very
bit of
obviously not naturally curly hair.
Ooh.
You see that she looks at you offended. She's like, my hair's always natural. What are you talking about? I'm really not liking what you're bringing here into the throne room. I might just have to kick you out. I hope you don't mind if I do that. Guards, you see that she claps her hands. She's like, I really don't like this guy in red. Can you bring him out, please? You see that the guards, you see that like the doors open and two guards come in, and you see that they kneel at the back of the room.
More. Fucking 2 more. How many?
Wait.
You already have 10, you fucker.
20,
Okay, whatever.
Actually.
Okay.
Whatever. Okay. As soon as the guards get close enough to try to touch me, I'm gonna bonus action Mantle of Flame, and my entire body's gonna be on fucking fire.
You see that these
I'm
guards.
Super Saiyan powering up right now.
I will say, as the guards get close and are like just about to like grab you, you hear the door open again, and you see Mercurio again come out. He says, "Your Majesty, your drink." You see that he puts the drink on the kind of like resting arm of the chair. She's like, "Oh, right, thank you." You see that she kind of like blows a kiss in his direction, and she kind of like takes a sip of the wine. She's like, "Actually,"
You see, I twitch.
you see that she's like, actually, you can leave him here. I like him." You see that she points to Eric. I like his attitude, actually. Do you want to work for me?
Oh no.
He
Just
doesn't like
to
to
everybody's
fuck
money.
up royalty.
I can.
God, I fucking hate royals.
Yes, I heard his muffled screaming. I was like, "Holy shit, he's really dying."
He said royals like a slur.
Yeah.
Royal.
Dude, you can't say that with the hard R, man.
I hate them monarchs. Oh,
Derogatory.
Dude, he said that with the M? Oh, that's
And
crazy,
don't
dude.
get me started on emperors.
Oh nah.
Dude, he said it with the hard P, bro. That's gotta be racist. That's
The hard.
Kurudi immediately like raises a hand. She's like, actually, he's already with, I guess, allied with the royal.
Oh? And,
I'm already under the service of my own queen.
Smooth. Smooth.
you see that she rolls her eyes. She's like, whatever. Your loss. Anyway, anything else you guys have for me, or are you guys just here to waste my time?
Actually, I do have something.
Oh?
Hold on. I just need to find it as he's like
Fireball.
rummaging. No. We have 2 deliveries here. Hold on.
Guiding
Oh
bolt.
no, I know what he's doing.
And he brings out an envelope.
Okay.
Yes. Hello. I'm here to personally hand this over to you, and also a copy of a book you ordered.
Give me a
No.
persuasion check.
You already know.
You think this will be
Yeah,
a deception? Because
Oh, sorry, deception. Sorry, yeah.
lying.
Deception check. Yeah, give me a deception check.
Deception. Okay, I'm guidancing that. Oh wait, it wouldn't
Wow,
be
that is
literally the
the
same roll.
Game
That is
roll.
a dirty 20.
30, 20.
Holy moly.
Yeah, you see that she looks away from him. She's like, oh, right. Yeah, that's right. I forgot I had another book ordered. Oh, I just forgot about that. Okay, well, I mean, you can hand it over to the guards, Mr. Courier, and you can, I'll make sure to give you a compensation when you leave.
Sorry. By law of mail delivery, this envelope is to be handed over to the recipiary.
Well, I mean that would be my butler then, because I asked my butler to make the order for it, so it should go to my butler. Bruce, you see that the door opens again. You see that Bruce comes in. She's like, "Yes, Your Majesty." Well, I forgot I had ordered a book, so is there a way you can be able to take it and just make sure to put it on the shelf in the library? I'll go read it when I have the time to. You see that Bruce gives a bow. He's like, "Yes, Your Majesty. The book, sir."
I hand him over the book of various maces that I have from the library.
You see that he looks is like, doing some light reading on weaponry, my queen. You see that she kind of has like a worried look on her face. She's like, yeah, I've just been interested in, weapons and stuff, You're like, well, very well. I will have this in your personal archive, and you will be able to read it after this meeting is over. And you see that Bruce bows to you, Bapril, before like backing up and exiting out of the room. And she says, "Well, that was enough. Anything else you guys need?"
I just look back with I'm out of ID.
Celeste then
Wow.
speaks and she's like, yeah, there is something I want back. It's my boyfriend.
Now Eric's eye twitches a little.
You see that she looks. She's like, boyfriend who?
She points to Ricurio.
She looks at him. She's like, last I checked, he didn't have any homewrecker with him.
Oh,
Oh no, you didn't.
Bapril's look of like smugness suddenly went to oh shit.
But I will say as well that throughout this time that you've been looking at Mercurio, you notice that Mercurio seems to kind of like have like a weird moment every time he looks at you, Celeste. But there are times that he just looks away. But when he looks at only just you, it's almost like he's trying to discern something when he looks at you. Like he like squints his eyes and tilts his head a little bit every time he looks at you.
Home wrecker? The only home wrecker here is you pompous little bitch.
You see that she looks, she like, she gasps as she looks. She's like, "You bitch, Mercurio!" She snaps her finger, and you see that Mercurio immediately draws his glaive, and you see that he starts making his way down, along with the guards as well. They also draw their weapons. As you see that Mercurio stands in front, you see that you hear Luana say, "Mercurio, kill them all, but keep the homewrecker. I have something for her." You see that Mercurio draws his glaive, but you see that he stops and doesn't move. You hear Luana say, did I stutter? Are you gonna kill them or not?" Give me a perception check, all of you. Or insight check, all of you.
Bitch, shut the fuck up.
Oh, I love these. Oh, I hate this one.
Insight, you said?
Yes,
So
insight.
that's a doofa.
Okay. Bro, why are we all rolling terrible?
All speak for yourself,
Who got
motherfucker.
at least higher than a DC of 13?
Celeste
Okay, I got it.
Kearney.
Celeste Kearney and Baprold, you guys notice that in Mercurio's eye, when he looks at you, you notice that something changes in him. His eye seems to have some bit of semblance of life in him now. As you see that Mercurio still stands there holding his glaive, you hear Luana say, "You're being fucking useless. Guards, kill him too. I don't need him if he's just gonna be standing there being useless." You see that the guards draw their weapons on Mercurio as he still stands there holding his glaive out, but you see that his hands are like shaking almost.
Here's your chance, Celeste.
Mercurio? She like reaches and takes his hand.
You see that when you reach out towards Mercurio, you see that he just looks at you. And as you touch his hand, you see that his shaking stops. And for that moment that you look at him, Celeste, you feel something different about him now. As you see that with the monocle, his eye was blank. But as he looks at you, you can see that shimmer of hope. As you see Mercurio finally start blinking. As he says, Celeste?
Yeah. Yes, yes. You can hear me?
You see that he blinks again, and you see tears well up in his eye and start going down his face. He says, "You're alive." Oh. You see that he drops the glaive and immediately like pulls you in for a tight bear hug.
Oh, Celeste just quickly hugs him back.
You see that you hear Luana say, "Who would have thought he had a homewrecker with him? whatever, kill them all. And you see that the guards draw as you hear Mercurio say, "What?" You see that he lets go of you and turns around and looks at Luana. He says, "What? What the fuck did you just say?" You see that Mercurio, like, with his foot, kicks up his glaive and he grabs it. He, like, does a, like, quick twirl and in one strike cuts off, like, 5 of the guards' heads in front of him. As he looks over at you guys, he says, "I remember now." And then you see that he twirls his staff and then he taps the pommel of his glaive on the ground of the throne room, echoing into this room, as he says, "I remember now. I also remembered. I'm not gonna take shit from nobody." As you see Mercurio, like, quickly throw his glaive up, grab it, and fucking toss it straight, absolutely fucking piercing Luana through the chest on her throne. Fucking killing her instantly. As he says, "That is the last time I'm gonna have you disrespect my girlfriend." And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we're gonna end our session for tonight. So,
You know how hard it is to hold back like this? I was mentally debating for 15 minutes whether I wanted to lunge at this motherfucker.
he was holding back hard, dude.
I did a coin flip in the middle of it, wanting to think, like, do I take this bullshit? Do I just, like, ram my fist through his chest? The coin saved this, by the way.
The coin knew it well. Oh, man.
God damn.
But anyway, that'll have to be it for tonight's session. Do tell me, players, how did you guys enjoy this little session that we had today?
My pant.
My pant.
There was definitely moments of tension, you know, and moments of confusion and moments of uncertainty. But you know what? We made it.
We
We
made it
did
back. I made this particular event because I had a suspicion you guys would want to speak to Luana. So I had this particular event of speaking to Luana be so infuriating. I wanted to see how far it would take before you guys would snap at Luana. But surprisingly, you guys held back quite a bit. Surprisingly, from what you guys.
We've been taught not to just attack people.
Pretty much.
Because we feel like it, but I guess this session was a lesson that, hey, if we want to attack people because we feel like it, go for it. Because she ended up dying anyway, so.
To
Well,
be fair,
I will
my
say
book scheme.
maybe she's dead.
Bruh.
Maybe.
God damn it.
But from where you guys are
Phase
standing, she looks dead.
Phase 2's gonna kick our ass, god damn it.
I don't even think that was a phase. I think that was a phase 0. I think that was a cutscene.
That's a Baldur's Gate cutscene right there.
No. You know how in Elden Ring, in the expansion, there's this one fucking guy that turns into a fucking frenzied lord.
Oh
I think
yeah.
it's like that type of a transition.
So,
Like
go ahead. Sorry.
by the way, had my book scheme gone through, we'd be in combat way fucking faster.
Oh yeah. I really had to push back the combat. I really had to push it back because I didn't want combat to start just yet because I wanted to get a proper model of what Luana looks like, at least proper Luana, I'd say. So, I was really trying my hardest to make sure combat doesn't ensue as of now. But yeah, combat started, and I'll get your guys' initiative rolls when we have our next session of Eyes of Astra. Do tell me how was today's session? Was it good, bad? Do I have to improve on some things? Was Luana a bitch? She pretty much was.
I don't think it was Alana who was being a bitch, bruh.
Bro,
I think that was you for real.
Bruh.
Oh, bro.
Playing with our feelings.
Bitch.
He's a bitch. So let's
No,
Bro,
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I'll be so honest with you right now. When Luana said homewrecker to Celeste, it was about to be bad girls club in that bitch. It's gonna be bad girls club.
She was taking her nails off with her teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be like whenever like the girls are having a fight, it's gonna put like the dramatic music and then the fucking crazy editing.
Holy shit. Quite the fucking encounter with Loana you guys had for sure. And I am truly excited to see what kind of bullshit you guys will have to put up with in the next session when you guys properly fight Loana. But anyway, thank you everybody for tuning into tonight's stream and also rewatching this stream as well. If any of you guys are rewatching these, you guys are fucking amazing. Absolutely awesome you guys are. Definitely gonna be having that content of the I was thinking of making a series called like the games of my childhood, so tune in for live streams of that. I'll probably be making videos for those too. But anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in tonight's session. Peachy and Milo are fucking killing each other in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Thank you everybody. We will see you guys again next time, or I will see you guys again tomorrow when we have a regular gaming stream tomorrow. Thank you everybody, and good night. Everybody want to say good night?
Night.
No.
Good night, ladies.